Chapter 305. Sulen moved his wrists in discomfort. Due to the fact that this form-fitting dress was tailored to fit the body, it was uncomfortable even though he looked dashing in it. Sulen was also dizzy from learning those troublesome aristocratic etiquette. Fortunately, he had gone through some training and could imitate it quite well. However, after seeing the starry eyes of the two half-elf maids, Sulen suddenly felt that this dress was not that unbearable after all. Sulen brought Alex to the door to welcome the messenger of the Florentine kingdom. However, when he saw the graceful figure of the messenger, he was indeed stunned for a moment. What surprised him even more was that the Florentine royal family actually sent a princess as a messenger. They must have prepared a sugar-coated bullet. Beautiful, dignified, noble, and charming. Such a style perfectly interpreted the grace and luxury of a princess. With a curvy figure, a slightly tender face, and the aristocratic etiquette that had been integrated into her bones, Sulen could not help but be amazed by the great aristocratic family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. If she were to be compared with Chris, Hathaway, Alex, and even Karina Grace, this princess would not have an advantage in terms of looks. However, her temperament and overall image were not inferior. Of course, this was due to her long-term aristocratic upbringing and etiquette. On the other hand, Chris and Hathaway rarely put in the effort to do these things. Putting everything else aside, Alex was the most beautiful one. Of course, this was only Sulen's subjective judgment. Hathaway's temperament was more intellectual, while Chris's was sexy and charming. After reciting the aristocratic etiquette in his heart, Sulen stepped forward with a smile and reached out to gently hold Princess Phyllis's delicate little hand. Then, he kissed her hand according to the aristocratic etiquette that he had just learned. "Your Highness, I'm deeply fascinated by your charm." Sulen's elegant and gentlemanly movements were perfect. These etiquette were requested by an etiquette officer he had specially invited. In fact, in Sulen's opinion, these etiquettes were completely superfluous. However, you have no choice but to learn. After all, when the dukedom is officially established, if there are any problems with etiquette, you will become the joke of the entire continent. Country bumpkins and barbarians were already considered good. Sulen didn't want to become a laughingstock, so even if he didn't like it, he could only accept it. Unless one day they were strong enough to ignore these rules, they could only obey. Looking at the maids of the Lord's mansion, they were all looking straight ahead with no expression on their faces. It was all the work of the etiquette officer. Only Hathaway and a few other girls in Northern Town City were not restricted by this. After all, wizards were spellcasters, so they did not need to follow these rules. Wizards were not interested in doing these things. "Mr. Sulen, it's an honor to be welcomed by you," Princess Phyllis said with a smile. "You should know that there are many people in the royal city who idolize you." "Really? That's a great honor." Sulen held Princess Phyllis's little hand and walked into the Lord's mansion together. Bright lights, a spacious hall, elegant crystal chandeliers, delicious food, mellow wine, and beautiful music. Sulen had prepared a grand welcome banquet. The main characters of the banquet were Sulen and Phyllis. Phyllis knew very well why her father sent her to sign the agreement with Sulen. In addition to forming a political alliance, another reason was to form a marriage alliance. An alliance agreement that was as useless as a piece of paper was not enough to make both sides trust each other. The best way to form an alliance, other than sharing common interests, was to form a marriage alliance. At first, Phyllis didn't have much expectations for this political marriage alliance. However, as a princess of the royal family, she had to protect the interests of the royal family. Therefore, although she was very unwilling, she had to obey the arrangement and come to Northtown. In her impression, this remote town in the northern wastelands should be the kind of place where the roads were muddy, there was a foul stench everywhere, the food was coarse and difficult to eat, and the behavior was rough. She could only spend her future in this kind of place. However, to her surprise, after arriving here, she found that Northtown was completely different from what she had imagined. This place was even cleaner and tidier than the capital. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the capital, this place had only been built a year ago. It had only taken a year to develop to such an extent. If it was given a few more years, she felt that it might even surpass the capital. More importantly, her marriage partner was also unexpected. He wasn't the boorish barbarian she had imagined, but rather a handsome gentleman. This made Princess Phyllis, who had been worried that she would be banished, very happy. As a princess, although she could enjoy all kinds of luxurious life that ordinary people couldn't imagine, most of them were used for political marriages. They had no right to choose their own marriage partners. Even if the other party was an old man with one foot in the coffin, they couldn't refuse. Now that she saw Su Len, she felt that she was simply too lucky to have met such a powerful, handsome, and gentlemanly noble. As a princess, she knew her fate. Since she couldn't change it, she would fight for the best conditions. Obviously, she was lucky this time and made the right bet. Such a good resource, she must seize it. If she failed, she would be sent to another place for political marriages. She didn't know what kind of people she would meet. Next time, she wouldn't have such a good opportunity. The lights flickered. Su Len and Phyllis sat in the study and had a simple discussion about the alliance documents. In fact, most of the main conditions had been decided long ago. This time, the discussion was only about some unimportant details. But why was Princess Phyllis's expression so strange? It seemed that she was a little infatuated. Under the light, Phyllis looked at Su Len with stars in her eyes. She also nodded and agreed to the conditions that Su Len had just mentioned. Soon, the agreement was finalized, and Su Len signed it. Phyllis gently put down the file and looked up at Su Len. Her eyes were a little complicated. There was surprise, excitement, and curiosity. On the way here, she had collected a lot of information about the northern wilderness. She had a preliminary estimate about this place. Not everyone could develop the northern wilderness to such an extent. In just over a year, he had developed from nothing to the point where he was about to establish a duchy. It was impossible to predict how far he would go in the future. The agreement is signed. Let's celebrate. While Phyllis was still thinking, Su Len stood up and took out a bottle of top-grade rum from the wine cabinet beside him. He poured it into 2 glasses. The amber liquid swirled back and forth in the glasses. Handing one of the glasses to Phyllis, Su Len raised his slender, white, and calloused fingers. He picked up the glass and swirled it a few times under the dim magic light. The rum in the glass was clear and transparent. Under the light, it shone with a mysterious fluorescence. The smell of the wine was strong and fragrant. Then, he drank it up. Phyllis picked up the glass with her white, jade-like fingers, but she didn't drink it. She gazed at Su Len with a complicated look. There was eagerness and expectation in her eyes. She hoped that Su Len would be obsessed with her, but she was also a little hesitant and didn't know what to do. Su Len naturally knew the purpose of Phyllis's visit. He was very clear that the Florentine royal family wanted to form an alliance with him through marriage. They wanted to use this method to pull him onto their chariot. To be honest, they were very familiar with this method of marriage in Florence. Otherwise, how could the Duchy of Florence become the Kingdom of Florence? That was why so many nobles in the Kingdom of Florence had the right of succession to the throne. Although this right of succession might not be used for 100 years. Originally, he refused this marriage. After all, who knew what the princess would be like? But today, he had completely forgotten about this matter. This marriage was really a good idea. What did you say? I'm lusting after her body. Bah, this is obviously love. Phyllis put down the glass and looked up at Su Len. It's really incredible. You've built a city here in only 1 year. I'm looking forward to seeing you continue to create miracles. It's nothing. I'm just lucky. Su Len smiled. I don't believe in luck. Phyllis turned around, got up from the stool, and suddenly got close to Su Len. Su Len could not help sniffing her tall and slender figure and her outstanding advantages. When she suddenly got close to him, Su Len could not help but sniff a few times. Phyllis pretended that she didn't notice it. She was still close to Sulen. Although she was very tall, she was still much shorter than Sulen. From this position, he could see her smooth shoulders, delicate collarbones and 2 mounds. "You're mine." Phyllis suddenly put her arms around Sulen's neck. "I should be the one saying that." Sulen didn't hesitate to put his arms around her slender waist. Then, he turned around and pressed Phyllis against the desk. At the same time, his other hand gently kneaded her smooth shoulders and then moved down little by little. Phyllis's beautiful face flushed and became shy. Although as the princess of the marriage alliance, she had been taught in advance by her nanny. But this was the first time that she had used a real gun. Even her theoretical knowledge couldn't compare with Sulen's, who was a seasoned spear master. However, a newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. Facing a spear master, she didn't want to be outdone and kept resisting. Facing this little white rabbit, Sulen didn't hit her vital points. Instead, he showed his exquisite skills. After seeing Phyllis's face turn red, he shot out his spear like a dragon and went straight to the root of the problem. Chapter 306. Light and Slow Twirling. Under Sulen's superb zither skills, Phyllis began to sing brilliantly. She had already changed out of her beautiful court dress, which was very troublesome when she was singing. Sulen's fair and slender hands played continuously like a brilliant zither player. He was also like an elf, performing a magnificent movement with Phyllis. In the end, Phyllis fell down like a swan with broken wings. It was completely over. The 2 maids guarding outside the door blushed. After a while, they quietly closed the door and walked out quickly. At the same time, they blocked the corridor. Sulen woke up early when the sky was just beginning to brighten. Looking at the messy bed, Sulen tiptoed out of bed and stretched. Sulen felt refreshed. Although he didn't do it, he didn't indulge too much, considering that Phyllis was just an ordinary person. However, Phyllis was different. She was a newborn calf who wanted to challenge the dignity of a tiger. In the end, Sulen whipped her with his spear skills that had already reached the master level. It would take at least 2 days for her to recover. She would just obediently rest on the bed today. As soon as Sulen got out of bed, the bedroom door was pushed open. 2 half-elf maids with dark circles under their eyes walked in resentfully. Angela glanced at Phyllis, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and then glared at Sulen, looking like a wronged daughter-in-law. As for Anna, she also pouted and didn't say anything. Her expression was obviously saying that she was angry and couldn't be appeased. Looking at the 2 of them, Sulen smiled in his heart. He then reached out and carried the 2 of them. "2 little vixens, I'll deal with you tonight." Then, he slapped their perky little buttocks and began to wash up and get dressed. After washing up and eating breakfast, Sulen asked the 2 maids to prepare breakfast for Phyllis and wait for her to wake up. Then, he directly left the Lord's mansion. After patrolling around the city, Sulen came to Hathaway's lab. At this time, Hathaway's lab had changed a lot. The lab was several times bigger than before. A group of 11 to 12 years old children were learning theoretical knowledge in the lab. These children were the first batch of wizard apprentices trained in the North Town. Sulen was very concerned about these wizard apprentices. After all, only a few of them were selected out of the hundreds of thousands of people in the North Town. Even if these apprentices couldn't become wizards in the future, they could still make some low-level potions and make some money. Hathaway didn't teach these children how to meditate. If they wanted to meditate, they needed to learn a few meditation runes, which these children were now learning. "Hathaway, have you deciphered the scroll from last time?" Sulen came to Hathaway's side and asked. The scroll he was asking about was the one he found in the ruins of the secret realm. It was one of the few well-preserved things in the secret realm. One could imagine the value of this scroll if it was still intact after such a long time. "Almost, but I already know the name of the spell recorded in this scroll." Hathaway shook her head. Wizards like to use their own secret language. No matter if they were arcanists or wizards, they were all very knowledgeable. Generally, after becoming a level 3 transcendent, both arcanists and wizards would have mastered at least a dozen languages. At this time, they liked to create their own secret language. Some words that looked like waves or staves were actually the secret language of wizards. It wasn't easy to decipher this secret language, but if you looked in the right direction, you could decipher it with some time. The scroll that Su-Len and Hathaway got was recorded in a secret language. However, although they couldn't understand the secret language, they could still recognize the changes in the runes, which made it a lot easier to decipher. What's the name? That spell is so well preserved. It can't be a legendary spell, can it? Su-Luen asked. It's not legendary. This spell is only level 5. Hathaway shook her head. Su-Luen was greatly disappointed. It's only a 5th circle spell. Why are you looking down on level 6? Hathaway glanced at Su-Len and said, a level 5 spell is also very strong, and this is not an ordinary level 5 spell. No matter how extraordinary it is, it's still a level 5 spell. How can it be more powerful than a level 7 spell? Su-Len said casually. This spell is called Bigby's Palm of Protection. Hathaway's faint voice came. Even if it's Bigby's Palm of Protection. What did you say? Say it again. Su-Len suddenly reacted. The spell recorded on it is Bigby's Palm of Protection. Hathaway emphasized. I didn't expect it to be the Bigby series of spells. Su-Len said in surprise. In the vast sea of spells that wizards had, there were countless spells that had appeared since the birth of magic. However, among these spells, there were a few that were very famous. For example, the Melf series of spells. This series of spells was very weak, and the spell level was not high, but it was very famous. Melf's Minute Meteor and Melf's Strong Acid Arrow. Although these two spells were not very powerful, they were known as low-level god-slaying spells. Of course, it was a bit exaggerated to say that they could slay a god. At least no one had succeeded in using this spell. A god's body was surrounded by a special energy field. As long as this energy field existed, ordinary low-level and mid-level spells and rare weapons could not hurt the god. However, these two spells could. Although the power of these two spells was not great, they had other characteristics. After these two spells were cast, the Minute Meteor and Strong Acid Arrow were regarded as +5 rare weapons. In other words, they were equivalent to legendary weapons. Although the attack was shockingly low, this kind of spell could just break through the energy field around the god's body and hurt the god himself. Legendary weapons were not cabbages. Each one was very rare. Only legendary weapons could break through the protection of the god's force field. In this way, it provided a theoretical possibility that if enough people learned Melf's Minute Meteor, then it was possible to kill the god. Of course, this was only theoretical. After all, it was not easy to find enough people to ambush a god who was alone. Bigby's 5 consecutive palms was also a similar spell, and the Bigby's 5 consecutive palms spells were from the 5th circle to the 9th circle. Bigby's Palm of Protection, Bigby's Flying Palm, Bigby's Capturing Palm, Bigby's Vajra Palm, and Bigby's Crushing Palm. These 5 spells didn't rely on magic resistance when they were judged. Therefore, high magic resistance had no effect in front of these spells. If this set of spells was used well, it could be tried as a close combat mage. Even a legendary warrior would not have any advantage in close combat. When he learned that this spell scroll recorded the Bigby series of spells, Su-Len was overjoyed. This spell was a rare spell, but it was not easy to learn. Su-Len could not learn it at his current wizard level. After a while, Su-Len left here and went to the wizard tower. More than 5,000 workers were working hard at the wizard construction site. After a few months of construction, the underground floors of the wizard tower had been completed. Now they were building the upper floor. Half of the steel and all the obsidian produced in Northern Town during this period of time were invested in the wizard tower. Even Alex, Karina, and Grace were now helping here. A lot of obsidian mined from the underground world needed to be processed. Then these obsidian were fused with stone to mud, and then turned into big blocks with mud to rock. Finally, they needed to cast hardening spells. The whole project was very big. If it were not for the large number of spellcasters in Northern Town, such a wizard tower would take at least a few times more time to build. The steel rods were erected one by one and then wrapped in obsidian. The entire process was done with great familiarity. According to this progress, the main body of the wizard tower would be almost finished by the end of this year to the beginning of next year. However, only the main body was built. It was still far from the completion of the wizard tower. A lot of runes still needed to be engraved in various parts of the wizard tower, and at the same time, energy channels needed to be laid. The most important device of the wizard tower was also the core of the wizard tower, the elemental pool. The operation of the wizard tower was completely dependent on the elemental pool. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a real wizard tower. Those without an elemental pool could only be called a wizard tower at best. In addition to the elemental pool, a wizard tower also needed a tower spirit. Su Len had already prepared the legendary soul crystal to make a tower spirit, but Hathaway was only a rank 4 wizard. If she wanted to make a legendary tower spirit, only a legendary wizard could do it. Therefore, this soul crystal could only be stored for now. As for asking other legendary wizards to make a tower spirit, this was something very few people would do. This was because if the legendary wizard left a back door when making the tower spirit, he could control the tower spirit at any time. Once the tower spirit was used to control the wizard tower would become someone else's. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would ask others to make a tower spirit. The original owner of the tower spirit in Sullen's secret realm had died thousands of years ago. Even if he left a back door program, it would be useless. The tower spirit recorded the soul waves. Everyone's soul waves were different and had a unique frequency. Once a person entered the river Styx or the capital of the death god, their soul would be broken down and only the core of their soul would be left. The soul that had been reassembled was completely different from the previous soul, so this backdoor was completely useless. Even if the original owner's soul was reincarnated, it would not be able to open this backdoor program. Chapter 307. In order to speed up the construction of the wizard tower, Hathaway planned to make some golems to help. She had already learned how to make clay golems, rock golems, and stone golems. She hadn't learned how to make a steel golem because the structure was too complicated. However, she had a copy of the steel golem production technique in the secret realm. There used to be 5 golem teams in the secret realm, but due to various reasons, they were all destroyed in Sullen's hands. The steel golems in the secret realm were all repaired later. Although Hathaway didn't know how to make steel golems, she could still repair them. That was why there were more than a dozen repaired steel golems in the secret realm. She was planning to craft a rock golem or a gargoyle golem. However, Northern Garrison City didn't have the materials required to craft a golem. Intermediate soul crystals were enough to craft a clay golem, but advanced soul crystals were required to craft a rock golem, obsidian golem, granite golem, and steel golem. Su Len got a lot of soul crystals from the necromancer he killed last time, but most of them were intermediate soul crystals. They could only be used to make clay golems. He had already used a few advanced soul crystals. If he wanted to get a lot of high-quality soul crystals, the best way was to go to the lower planes. Whether it was the bottomless abyss or the legendary undead world, they all produced high-quality soul crystals. However, they needed to be transported across planes, which Su Len didn't have the ability to do. If he wanted to get some advanced soul crystals, the best way was to try his luck at trade fairs. Wizards often held secret trade fairs. There were always a lot of good things in these trade fairs. Things that couldn't be sold in normal magic shops would appear in these trade fairs. Su Len had only heard about them from Hathaway before. Now, he was going to see it for himself. Northern Town City was located in the northern wasteland. This place used to be a gathering place for monsters, so there were no secret trade fairs here. The closest wizard gathering to Northern Town City was near Cult City. Hathaway used to be a wandering wizard. In order to trade for all kinds of magic materials, she had spent some time in these wizard gatherings. Naturally, she knew about these gatherings. Sulen and Hathaway were going to Cult City to participate in the wizard gathering. Northern Town City also needed to be prepared. After Sulen and Hathaway left, Sulen was going to leave Northern Town City to Alex. Karina and Grace would assist him. The army of Northern Town City would all be under Alex's command. If he couldn't make a decision, he would talk to Sulen or use the communication stone. However, the stone was very expensive and had a limited use, so he had to use it sparingly. It could only be used a limited number of times. After everything was settled, Sulen and Hathaway left the city in a low-key manner. The two then rode their Pegasus towards Cult City. The Pegasus was not only fast, but it also had the ability to fly. A journey that would normally take a week was completed in a day. The two descended from the sky when they were about 10 miles away from the city. Their target was not the city. Instead, it was a small town outside the city. Most wizards didn't like to live in cities. There were too many people in cities, and they didn't like to be disturbed. There was also the danger of wizards doing experiments. It was not suitable to live in a densely populated area. Therefore, the wizard gathering was held in this small town outside the city. There was a forest outside the town. The whole town was covered in a large concealment circle. From the outside, it looked like this place was shrouded in fog all year round. Normal people would get lost if they went in. If they were lucky, they would find their way out. If they were unlucky, they would be trapped inside and die. In the afternoon, a group of handsome white horses galloped from afar. The horses were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Sulen and Hathaway jumped off their horses. Before entering the wizard gathering, the two put on a mask to hide their identity and put on a large cloak. After making sure no one would notice anything from the outside, Hathaway took out a badge and entered first. Sulen led the Pegasus and followed closely behind. After passing through a few concealment circles that normal people couldn't detect, the two soon appeared on a deserted street. Of course, this deserted street was only compared to the bustling city outside. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred wizards on this street. Of course, most of them were wizard apprentices. The width of the street was about 10 meters. There were shops on both sides. Many people wearing wizard robes were going in and out of these shops. There was even a market not far away. It was full of stalls. Sulen followed behind Hathaway. He was now a level 2 wizard, a level 4 wizard. After entering the town, there were some wizards guarding the entrance. After paying some kinnar and telling them the rules of the town, the two entered. Although this town didn't seem to have a large population, the buildings on both sides of the street were 2 to 3 stories high. Not only were there all kinds of shops, but there were also inns and taverns. It could be said that this was a bustling town. First, they found an inn and left the Pegasus there. Then, they began to walk around. The two came to a shop and began to look for things to buy. These shops had a wide range of business. Not only did they sell things, but they also bought all kinds of raw materials. The price of raw materials was not high, but the price of all kinds of potions and magic items was not cheap. The high-grade soul crystals Sulen wanted to buy were rare. They went to a few shops and only bought 3 of them. The two were not in a hurry because there was going to be a large-scale auction here. This town would hold a large-scale auction at a fixed time every year. At that time, there would be a lot of good things. Of course, there would be high-grade soul crystals, but the price would be higher. If one wanted to participate in the auction, they would need a lot of money. Sulen originally had a lot of kinnar, but now that most of the kinnar had been invested, he didn't have enough kinnar to participate in this large-scale auction. Sulen planned to take out some things to sell. He had a lot of magic crystals in his hands, and these crystals were worth a lot. Soon, the two arrived in front of a shop. This shop was the largest in the area, and there were many wizards coming and going. It seemed to be a good place to sell. They looked up at the sign. The sign said, Blood Rose Alchemy Workshop. Without hesitation, the two walked in. The shop was quite big, about 200 to 300 square meters. There were 4 or 5 wizard apprentices in uniform greeting customers, pointing at the goods on the shelves and introducing them to the customers. As soon as the two walked in, an apprentice came up to them with a big smile and was about to greet them. Stand down. I'll take care of this wizard myself. A wizard was sitting in the corner of the hall, flipping through a scroll. When he heard the noise, he turned his head to look. At first glance, the middle-aged wizard's face changed drastically. He then put away the scroll and walked over to Hathaway. He gave a wizard's salute and respectfully said, Great wizard, I don't know what you want. Would you like to come to our 3rd floor for a detailed discussion? Okay, Hathaway nodded and said calmly. Then, under the guidance of the middle-aged wizard, the group quickly came to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the alchemy workshop was divided into a few small rooms. The decorations inside were much more luxurious, but most of the wizards did not care about these luxuries. There was a young and beautiful female apprentice in each room. When they saw the middle-aged wizard and his group come up, they immediately brought some food and drinks. After they sat down, the middle-aged wizard immediately greeted them with a smile, Please have a taste, sir. This food is made by the halfling human chef we hired. It's very delicious. Forget about tasting the delicacies. Let's see if you have the materials I want to buy. Hathaway shook her head and said. Then, she made a gesture to Sulen. Sulen took out a parchment scroll from his storage space and handed it to the middle-aged wizard. Since you said so, let's take a look at the list first. The middle-aged wizard was not angry. He took the parchment scroll and opened it to check. Hathaway and Sulen did not touch the food on the table. It was necessary to be vigilant in a place like this. Although the probability of them tampering with the food was very low, it was better not to touch it in order to prevent accidents. After a while, the middle-aged wizard's face became strange. Hathaway and Sulen were not surprised. They knew very well what was written on the parchment scroll. It was not easy to find these materials. The materials you are looking for are indeed rare. The middle-aged wizard smiled bitterly and said, Apart from a few pieces of high-grade soul crystals, we can't do anything about the adamantine, mithril, and legendary elemental cores. Once metals like mithril and adamantine are discovered, they'll be sold immediately. Unless you're lucky, you won't be able to buy them at all. As for legendary elemental cores, only legendary wizards can have them. You have high-grade soul crystals. Hathaway's eyes lit up. That's right. We still have 4 high-grade soul crystals in the store, but the price is not a problem. Sir, what I mean is that we only accept high-grade items in exchange. The middle-aged wizard shook his head and said. Hathaway and Sulen looked at each other, then took out a magic crystal and placed it on the table. Magic crystal in exchange for high-grade soul crystals. Seeing Hathaway take out the magic crystal, the middle-aged wizard quickly took it and appraised it. After a while, he looked up and said, Low-grade magic crystal in exchange. Chapter 308. Afterward, the middle-aged wizard put the crystal back and snapped his fingers. A flash of light appeared and disappeared. Moments later, someone knocked on the door of the room. Afterward, a wizard walked in and handed a brocade box to the middle-aged wizard. Sir, this is the advanced soul crystal that we have in our store. The middle-aged wizard opened the brocade box and saw a purple crystal the size of an egg sitting quietly inside. Hathaway reached out and picked up the crystal. Afterward, she began to inspect it. Soon, Hathaway finished her inspection. This was indeed an advanced soul crystal. Since there was no problem with the goods, the next step was to discuss the price. Sir, if you want to use magic crystals to exchange for high-grade soul crystals, you will need at least 30 magic crystals of this size to exchange for 1 high-grade soul crystal. The middle-aged wizard pointed at the magic crystal on the side. Impossible. This price is too ridiculous. Su Len rejected without even thinking. Although a soul crystal is precious, its value is not as high as 30 magic crystals. Sir, you should be well aware of the preciousness of high-grade soul crystals. These low-grade magic energy crystals aren't bad, but they aren't too rare. If you want to exchange them for high-grade soul crystals, you'll have to raise the price. The middle-aged adept explained with a smile. Even so, this price is already more than double. We will not accept this price. Su Len shook his head. All right then. How many do you think are suitable? The middle-aged magus carefully observed the expressions on their faces, trying to figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, both of them were wearing masks and cloaks, so he couldn't see any abnormalities. This made the middle-aged magus feel a little disappointed, and he muttered to himself. Judging from their size, they should be a man and a woman. Judging from their voices, they should be quite young. It's just a little strange that there are not many great wizard-level witches, and there are only a few of them in the vicinity of the Kingdom of Florence. Besides, there are not many young ones. Could it be that they just advanced? I haven't heard of any wizard organization that has advanced recently. Could it be a wandering wizard or a traveler from somewhere else? The male sorcerer beside her is a grade 2 sorcerer. Could he be the sorcerer's boy toy? I'm so lucky to have a great adept as my mistress. Wouldn't it be easier for me to advance in the future? Su Len didn't know that the middle-aged man in front of him had already identified him as a man who lived off a woman. If he knew, he would definitely teach him a lesson personally. I think 20 mana crystals for one advanced soul crystal is very suitable. Su Len thought for a moment and said. According to this price, the soul crystals would be purchased at a premium of 1/3. I'm sorry, but we can't accept this price. The middle-aged magus shook his head. After that, Sullen's group and the middle-aged adept went back and forth over the price. Finally, they reached a price that both parties could barely accept. 23 magic crystals for a high-grade soul crystal, which was a 50% premium. After confirming the price, the two sides began to trade. Su Len took out 92 magic crystals of similar size from his storage space and gave them to the middle-aged wizard. He then put away 4 high-grade soul crystals. Seeing Su Luen take out so many magic crystals at once, the middle-aged wizard was also secretly shocked. They couldn't have found a magic crystal mine, could they? After completing the trade, Sullen's group didn't stay any longer and immediately left the shop. After taking out such a large amount of mana crystals for the trade, both of them became more vigilant. Humans would die in pursuit of wealth, and birds would die in pursuit of food. This was a famous saying in both his previous life and this world. As long as there were enough benefits, he didn't think that no one would dare to do anything to him, a rank 4 great wizard and a rank 2 wizard. Even though the shops here were very trustworthy, if the person who leaked the money was not a member of the nearby Magus organization, it was very likely that he was a wandering Magus or someone who came from another region to explore. He still had to be careful to avoid being tricked. Hence, after completing the trade, the two of them didn't stay any longer. They pretended to continue looking for items while being cautious to see if anyone was spying on them. After making sure that no one was following them, Su Len and Hathaway continued to walk to the other shops. However, what happened next made him very disappointed. After entering a few shops, he couldn't find the materials that Hathaway needed. It wasn't that these shops didn't have anything good. Some of the magic materials that the shops actively recommended were very rare. Hathaway was also tempted, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough to trade. In the Magus world, although Kinnar could be used, many high-grade items couldn't be bought with Kinnar. They could only be exchanged with other materials. Kinnar could only buy some low-grade magic materials and magic items. He still wanted to see if he could exchange the remaining items in his storage space for a legendary elemental core. The most important material in the arcane garden was the legendary elemental core. With this, Su Len could start building the sky garden. Looks like we can only wait for the auction. After walking around all the shops, the two of them stood at the end of the street and shook their heads helplessly. The auction in the Magus town would be held in 3 days. Sulen and Hathaway naturally didn't plan to wait here for 3 days. After finding the auction and buying a voucher, Sulen and Hathaway took the Pegasus from the inn and left the Magus town together. The Pegasus' speed was very fast. At about 10 o'clock at night, the two of them would arrive at North Town City. In the next 2 days, Hathaway began to prepare to make a rock puppet, and Sulen prepared all kinds of magic materials. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, after Sulen had arranged everything, he took Hathaway and rode the Pegasus straight to the Magus town. After arriving at the Magus town, the number of magi in the town had more than doubled compared to the last time they were here. It seemed like any Magus with a little bit of status wouldn't want to miss this annual auction. At the entrance of the Magus town, there were also extra people. As soon as they walked into the Magus town, the whole street was full of magi in all kinds of clothes. There were many people in strange clothes, and there were even more who wore cloaks like Sulen and Hathaway. The two of them didn't stop outside. After settling the Pegasus in the inn, they directly took the auction voucher and went to the huge castle at the end of the street. In front of the castle's gate, a few magi were buying admission vouchers. There was a layer of water blue light at the gate. Hathaway took out the voucher and injected a little bit of magic into it. A blue light shot out from the voucher, and the water blue light immediately opened up a 2-meter wide passage. The two of them didn't stop and walked in. As soon as they entered, the energy barrier behind them returned to its original state. After entering the castle, they realized that the castle was bigger than it looked from the outside. The whole hall was more than 1,000 square meters. At the front of the hall, there was a wide platform. At this time, there was nothing on the platform. There were all kinds of tables and chairs neatly arranged in the hall, and there were some magi already sitting on the seats. The magi in this hall were all rank 1 and rank 2 magi. There were about 200 to 300 people in total. On the second floor of the hall, there were individual private rooms. These private rooms were only for advanced magi, and of course, they had to pay more. Under the guidance of a staff member, the two of them came to a private room on the second floor. After waiting quietly for more than an hour, there were about 400 to 500 rank 1 and rank 2 magi in the hall downstairs. A few bell rings sounded, and the auction officially began. Sulen and Hathaway sat in the private room and quietly looked at the platform in the hall. On the platform, a middle-aged magus in a silver magus robe was holding a green magus magic staff and briefly introducing it. Thorny magic staff. This is a magic staff made with great care by Master Ollivander. The main material of the magic staff is magic willow. This material is very suitable for the transmission of magic. The material is also very tough. After being made into a magic staff by Master Ollivander, it can increase the casting speed and reduce the casting difficulty. It can also slightly increase the power of spells. In addition, this magic staff also contains a defensive spell called Thorny Shield. It can be released instantly without any preparation. The starting price of this magic staff is 100,000 kinnar worth of magic materials. Intermediate magic materials cost 1.5 times the price. Advanced magic materials don't need to go over the price. Every increase is 5,000 kinnar worth of magic materials. The magus in charge of the auction was a rank 3 magus. Although he was a little far away, his voice could be heard clearly throughout the hall. He was very proficient in sound amplification. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately raised their paddle. Then, the price of this thorny magic staff, which Sulen thought could only be considered decent, quickly rose to 130,000 kinnar worth of magic materials. Although this magic staff had many functions, such as reducing the casting difficulty, reducing the consumption of magic, and increasing the power of spells, these effects were just barely satisfactory. The magus who made this magic staff wanted to take care of everything, but in the end, it didn't meet his expectations in all aspects. The following auctions were also carried out in a lukewarm manner. During this time, some decent items appeared. For example, there was a dragon skin robe. The magic light on it had already reached rank 3. It was a very good robe. Su Len only called out the price once, and the price exceeded 200,000 kinnar worth of magic materials. He could only give up. In the end, this dragon skin robe was sold for 280,000 kinnar worth of magic materials. This price had actually exceeded the value of the item itself. Of course, it was normal for the price to be higher in an auction. Other than these equipment, the most popular items in the auction were various potions. For example, the Azure Potion, which could increase the efficiency of meditation, was very popular. Every time it appeared, it would be highly sought after. Chapter 309. The organizer of the auction was obviously very experienced. Every once in a while, they would take out a more precious item for auction and then attract the attention of the public. But more often than not, the items auctioned were not very good. Although some materials were rare, as long as one had enough money, they could also be bought in large stores. Therefore, in the auction house, the competition was not too fierce. Only rare items that occasionally appeared would cause intense bidding. As the items appeared one by one, time passed little by little. Several heavyweight items appeared in the auction and instantly set off a bidding frenzy. Several treasures appeared in a row, and the competition was fierce. Soon, the atmosphere of the entire auction became extremely hot. A piece of mithril, 832 grams, a rare metal material, the starting price is 350,000 kinnar, a high-level magic material. Note that it is a high-level magic material. The price increase should not be less than 10,000. A piece of silver-white metal with a strange light appeared on the auction stage. The metal was slightly bigger than a fist, but the surface was like a layer of scales. When he heard the words, mithril, Sullen's body suddenly tightened, and his eyes stared at the piece of metal. Mithril, one of the most precious magic metals, was an important material for building a floating space city. It could be said that you could never have enough of it. He did not expect to see a piece of it here. 380,000, 400,000. 500,000. Mithril was really famous. Before Su Luan could bid, many people had already bid one after another. Soon, the price exceeded 500,000. Su Luan hesitated several times and finally gave up bidding. He didn't have many things that could be exchanged. Once he bid for this piece of mithril, he wouldn't be able to get the legendary rank elemental crystal core. And this piece of mithril was not too big. It was not enough for a floating space tower, let alone a floating space city. Su Len also produced mithril in the silver mine in the underground world. Although the amount was not much, it was more than enough to build a floating space tower. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Su Len decided to give up. After a while, the price of this piece of mithril rose to 1 million, which made Su Len, who was still a little unwilling, give up completely. Since he had already decided, Su Len no longer hesitated and looked at those people fighting for it with a relaxed face. There are so many rich people. Su Len couldn't help but shake his head. At first, he thought that he was quite rich, but after coming here, he realized that there were many rich people among the wizards. In the end, the price of the mithril rose to 1.23 million kinnar worth of high-grade magic material. The auction continued. Except for lunchtime, the auction continued. Finally, at around 4 p.m., the item that Su Len had been waiting for appeared. A legendary level Earth Elemental Crystal Core in perfect condition. A high-grade magic item or magic material worth 350,000 kinnar. Every bid must be increased by at least 10,000. As his voice fell, an earthy yellow elemental core that looked like a crystal ball appeared on the auction stage. 360,000. 380,000. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd couldn't wait to start bidding. This time, Su Len was not in a hurry to make a bid. He was determined to get this item, so he would let those people fight for it first. When the price was high enough, he would call out a bid. Soon, the price of this elemental crystal core had risen to 950,000. After reaching this price, the number of people participating in the bidding decreased a lot. Finally, when the price reached 1,060,000, several people who were originally following closely behind hesitated and chose to give up. 1,100,000. Sulen tapped lightly on the crystal mirror in front of him. The mirror flashed a few times, and a price was called. 1,120,000. That person seemed to need this item very much, and hesitated for a moment before bidding again. 1,150,000. Sulen immediately increased the price. 1,160,000. This time, after a while, that person called out a bid again. Sulen smiled slightly, and called out a bid of 1,170,000 again. On the auction stage, the middle-aged wizard who was hosting the auction called out the price twice as usual. When he was about to call out the price for the third time to confirm the success of the auction, suddenly, another cold voice called out. 1,200,000. Sulen was slightly stunned, and so was the middle-aged wizard who was hosting the auction. However, he immediately reacted and shouted excitedly. 1,200,000 going once. 1,200,000 going twice. 1,210,000. Sulen shouted without hesitation. 1,220,000. This person calmly raised the price again, as if money was nothing to him. This made Sulen's expression change. Once this happened, both parties would definitely fight to the death in the end. Both parties were in the VIP room on the second floor, which meant that the other party was at least a high-grade wizard. After hesitating for a moment, Sulen's expression changed. He made up his mind and directly called out a price that shocked all the wizards present. 1,500,000. As soon as this price was called out, the auction house was in an uproar. The other wizards all looked at the VIP room on the second floor with strange expressions. This price had actually far exceeded the price of a legendary elemental core. The auctioneer's face lit up with joy. It was very likely that this was the highest price in this auction. Sulen's face was expressionless as he stared at the other VIP room. The auctioneer began to call out the price again. Soon, the two bids were called out, but there was still no sound from the VIP room. The middle-aged auctioneer was a little disappointed. He called out the price again and directly dropped the hammer. After paying a huge price, Sulen finally got this elemental core. After this climax, the auction quickly came to an end. The final item was only sold for 1,400,000 kinners. After the auction ended, Sulen was led to the back of the hall by a beautiful wizard apprentice to carry out the transaction. Your Excellency, the legendary elemental core you bought is a high-grade magic item or magic material worth 1,500,000 kinnar. You need to give it to us for evaluation. A wizard said with a smile on his face. Okay. Hathaway nodded and said. She then took out a portal bag and put it on the table. The wizard snapped his fingers, and a light flashed. Soon, a wizard about 60 years old walked in. This is the chief appraiser of our auction house, Mr. Bacon. He will evaluate the items you have provided. The wizard explained and then handed the portal bag to him for evaluation. Next, the wizard named Bacon began to take out the items in the portal bag one by one to evaluate them. 6 bottles of azure potion, high quality, 15,000 kinnar a bottle. 2 bottles of purple light potion, high quality, 20,000 kinnar a bottle. 4 bottles of moonshine potion, high quality, 13,000 kinnar a bottle. 3 pieces of your own leather armor, grade 3 magic item, 35,000 kinnar a bottle. The appraiser named Bacon was indeed very good. He did not underestimate the price at all. He set the price according to the retail price. Sulen nodded and accepted the price. Soon, all the items were evaluated. In the end, all the items added up to a total of 1,070,000 kinnar. Sir, the price of these items did not reach 1,500,000 kinnar. After confirming the price of all the items, the wizard said with a gloomy face. It's not over yet. Sulen took a step forward and took out a white ring from his pocket. He then put it on the table and said, "Add this." It was the bone control ring that Su Len got from the necromancer. This is a high-grade magic ring. The wizard's heart skipped a beat when he saw the items on the table. He then carefully picked up the ring and reluctantly handed it to Bacon for evaluation. Among all the magic items, rings and other accessories were the most expensive. This was because compared to magic staffs, robes, magic books, or scrolls, rings and necklaces were too small. It was very difficult to engrave complex runes on such small objects. Think about the artificial micro-engraving technology. Engraving on a ring required tens or even hundreds of complex runes. Then, these runes would form a rune circle. Only then would it be considered a success. If there was a single mistake, the ring would be useless. Therefore, the price of a high-grade magic accessory was more than twice the price of other magic items of the same grade. Good stuff. Wizard Bacon looked at the ring for a while. He then put down his crystal glasses and couldn't help but praise. "It's been a long time since I've seen such exquisite craftsmanship. This should be something that only a master alchemist could make. The only pity is that this ring can only be made by a necromancer. If it was a common magic ring, it would cost at least 600,000 or 700,000. But now, I can only estimate it at 500,000. Do you two accept this price?" "Yes." Hathaway nodded and said. "Then we'll pick out the extra 70,000 kinnar worth of goods. Also, this legendary earth elemental crystal core is yours." The wizard on the side said. "You don't have to pick out the stuff. Just exchange it for 70,000 kinnar worth of materials," Hathaway said as she took the legendary earth elemental crystal core and inspected it. "That works too. What materials do you need?" the wizard asked with a face full of joy. "It's all on this list." Hathaway handed over a list of materials that were not available in the northern town. The auction had just ended, and they had collected a large amount of magic materials. The materials on the list were not too rare, so it didn't take long for them to collect all of them. After checking all kinds of goods, both sides were very satisfied. Su Len and Hathaway took the things and left the auction house. They didn't stay for long. They went back to the inn and left the wizard town with the Pegasus. Chapter 310. The two left the wizard town and stopped hiding. Su Len got on the horse and carried Hathaway in his arms. He rode the Pegasus and soared into the sky. The Pegasus neighed and galloped forward. "Damn it, that's a Pegasus. Why do they have such a thing? Chase them." "What's there to chase? Do you think you can catch up with a Pegasus?" Just as Su Len and Vivian left quickly on the Pegasus, 3 people in black wizard robes suddenly ran out from the woods below and looked at the figures disappearing into the sky. Su Len didn't know that there were a few wizards ambushing him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. According to the speed of the Pegasus, the wizards' flying spells were far from being able to catch up with it. Unless they had flying magic items, such as magic carpets or airships. Flying items were not common in this world because wizards preferred to use teleportation spells instead of flying slowly when traveling long distances. The Pegasus carried the 2 of them across the sky like a shooting star. Finally, 2 hours later, they arrived at the northern town city. Letting the Pegasus rest and play by itself, Su Len excitedly carried Hathaway back to the bedroom in the Lord's castle. Then, he pulled Phyllis and the 2 little maids over to play a Russian roulette game. Early the next morning, Su Luen got up feeling refreshed. Although it cost a lot to attend the auction this time, he got all the things he wanted and bought them. In addition to the elemental crystal cores to build the arcane garden, he also got 7 advanced soul crystals. Hathaway planned to build 2 gargoyle magic statues with these soul crystals, and the rest was to build the iron magic statue. The gargoyle magic statue belonged to the advanced rock magic statue. Its craftsmanship was higher than the previous rock magic statue. These gargoyle magic statues could also fly. Although their strength was slightly inferior to the rock magic statue, it was already very exaggerated compared to humans. The gargoyle statue was made entirely of obsidian. Although the cost of manufacturing such a statue was several times higher than that of a rock statue, its physical defense and magical defense were much higher. Whether it was used for combat or carrying bricks, it was a good choice. The wizard tower was over 100 meters tall. With these two gargoyles, the speed of transporting materials was much faster. In fact, normal wizard towers didn't need to be this tall, but Su Len wanted to build a floating city. As the control center of the floating city, a wizard tower had to be tall enough. Hathaway picked out 2 batches of the best obsidian and sent them to her laboratory. At the same time, she gathered the last remaining craftsmen in Northern Citadel and had them carve according to the blueprint. The structure of the gargoyle stone golem was more complicated, and the craftsmanship required was much higher than that of the rock golem. However, Hathaway had already done her research. Although the production progress was a little slow, there were no problems. Su Len came here to check a few times and found no problems, so he was relieved. At the same time, he began to prepare for the Arcane Garden. The Arcane Garden was also known as the Sky Garden. It was a spectacular building that was built with a combination of fountains, flower beds, terraced platforms, and complex runic circles. Su Len had been studying the construction process for a long time. This building required a large amount of pure white marble and granite. Fortunately, there were enough rocks in the Sierra de Lotus. He just had to let the workers dig. In addition to the marble and granite, the Arcane Garden also required a lot of magic crystals. Magic crystals were used to make energy channels. There were not many magic crystals left in Northern Citadel after the trade between the Arcane Mirror and the Wizard Town. They would have to wait for the Crystal Beast's magic crystals to mature next month. The fountains in the garden were even easier to make. Sullen's Earth Spring was too easy to make. There were a lot of runic circles in the Arcane Garden, and they needed to be made slowly. The only way to build the Arcane Garden was to use Earth Elemental Crystal Cores. Only Earth Elemental Crystal Cores could make the soil suitable for the growth of magic plants. Other fire, water, and wind elements were not suitable. Elemental crystal cores were very rare in the main material world. They were only produced in large quantities in the elemental plane. Intermediate and low-level elemental crystal cores could be obtained by killing giant wind elementals. However, not every elemental creature could drop an elemental crystal core. In the 4 major elemental planes, the giant elemental creatures could only be regarded as small fish, and the elemental elders were the mini-bosses. The more powerful ones were the demigod-level elemental jinns like the wind jinn. The wishing spell in the sorcerers was to summon the elemental jinn and then fulfill it. There were also 4 elemental gods living in the depths of the elemental plane. They were the real big bosses. Before the era of the Arcane Empire, the demons of the bottomless abyss wanted to conquer the multiverse. As a result, as soon as they came out of the abyss, they bumped into the oldest elemental gods. Then, these elemental gods brought a large number of elemental creatures and directly smashed the demon army. No one knew how many elemental creatures there were in the elemental plane. It was said that after elemental creatures died in other planes, they would be resurrected in the elemental plane. However, their past memories would certainly not be retained. Unless they were at the level of the elemental elders, they would not have any memories. Su Len took the Earth Elemental Crystal Core and studied it. It was a piece of earthy yellow crystal. The core was not circular. Its surface had many flat surfaces, and the overall appearance was close to a circle. This thing had many uses. It could affect the size of the gravity within a range, and it could make the land in an area fertile. At the same time, the energy consumed in the Earth Elemental Crystal Core would slowly be absorbed from the surrounding air. In theory, as long as the consumption was not excessive, the energy of this Earth Elemental Crystal Core would not be exhausted. In the future, if he wanted to build a floating space city, he must use Earth Elemental Crystal Cores above the legendary level to create gravity for the floating space city. This way, after the floating space city entered the astral plane, the things inside would not float up. In addition to gravity, the floating space city would face many other difficulties, such as air circulation, water circulation, and other basic problems. However, it was still early to study these. After all, even the problem of the floating space city's energy core had not been solved. Even if the other problems were solved, it would be useless. Sulen was not in a hurry to build the arcane garden. The third phase of North Town City's construction was not over yet, and he could not transfer too many people for the time being. Even if he wanted to build the arcane garden, he would have to wait until the third phase of the construction was completed. He could only ask people to prepare the materials in advance while he led people to speed up the construction at the construction site. The third wall of North Town City was a huge project. Sulen was now very envious of the strength of the temples. These churches that came to North Town City each had more than 10 spellcasters. With so many spellcasters casting mud to rock, the construction speed could not be faster. In less than a month, these churches had finished building their respective shrines. All that was left was for the craftsmen to carve and decorate. These craftsmen's carving skills were basically at the master level. Although the shrines had different styles, they all revealed a lofty and dignified aura. As for asking the spellcasters of these churches to help build the city walls, Sulen did not have that much influence. Moreover, this method would easily make the priests angry. Building temples was to serve the gods. This was fine, but what was the point of building a city wall? Unless Sulen wanted to fall out with those churches, he could only give up on this idea. After staying in North Town City for a few days, Sulen went to Mirror Lake City for an inspection. The construction of Mirror Lake City was also in progress, but the housing inside was already completed. The planning of Mirror Lake City was in fact a replica of North Town City. The city was divided into markets, and these markets were for residential housing. Now, there were more than 20,000 people living here. In addition to the housing, the market, business district, production district, city square, and city hall of Mirror Lake City had not been built yet. The original order was to build the housing first to solve the housing problem. As for food, Mirror Lake City still needed North Town City's support for food. Of course, meat was not needed. This place was close to Mirror Lake, so there was an abundance of fish. Occam, the city lord of Mirror Lake City, had done a good job. Next, Mirror Lake City would need to build roads, city hall, business district, production district, and other areas. At the same time, they would need to cultivate more land outside the city. Mirror Lake City needed to feed itself as soon as possible. Sulen did not develop Mirror Lake City to create a burden for himself. There were still many kobolds, gnomes, gnolls, and other monsters around Mirror Lake City, so the army would clear them out every day. At the same time, they would capture the slaves to build the city. Compared to North Town City, Occam was much crueler to the monsters. Some monster slaves died almost every day. Knock, knock, knock. There was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Come in, Sulen put down the document and looked up. Sir, there are monsters in Mirror Lake. 2 fishing boats were attacked, the messenger reported. Monsters. Occam's expression changed. He immediately stood up and said, My lord, the fishing boats were attacked by monsters. I must go and take care of it. Let's go together. Sulen stood up and walked out. Then, the group hurried to Mirror Lake. Are there monsters in Mirror Lake often? Sulen asked as he walked. Occam said, Last month, we found a water monster, but when we wanted to surround and kill it, the water monster left again. We searched for a long time, but we couldn't find the water monster. But for the construction of the territory, we had to let it go for now. I didn't expect it to appear again this month. Mirror Lake is too big. How are you going to find it with your small fishing boats? Sulen shook his head. Mirror Lake was much bigger than Mirror Lake City. On Sulen's map, Mirror Lake covered an area of 20 square kilometers. It was too easy to hide a few monsters in such a big lake. Chapter 311. Mirror Lake was located in the south of Mirror Lake City. The water was clear and there were plenty of fish. It was one of the most important sources of food for Mirror Lake City. Sulen and Akam soon arrived at the dock. The dock wasn't big. The ground was wet. Many workers were moving the fish. The air was filled with the smell of fish. Seeing Sulen and Akam arrive, the manager of the dock immediately ran over. "Your Excellency, Lord City Lord, welcome." The steward bowed respectfully. "All right, let's not talk about the formalities. Let's talk about the water monster first," Sulen said, waving his hand. The steward stood up after saluting and said, "Yesterday afternoon, we found that 2 fishing boats didn't return on time, so we sent people to search. Today, we found some ship fragments in the fishing area and some scales of water monsters." Then, the manager handed over a palm-sized dark green scale. Sulen took it and examined it. The scale was very tough and slippery. It was very slippery. It was very similar to the water monster Sulen killed in the Red Sand River. "Do you know where the water monster is?" Sulen threw the scale to Akam and asked. "Sorry, we only know the general area where the water monster is active." Sulen said, "All right, arrange a boat for me. I'll take care of the water monster myself." Because the water monster lived in a special environment, it was very difficult to rely on a large number of people to besiege it. If there were too many people, it would directly dive into the water. Judging from the habits of this water monster and its preference for sneak attacks, it would definitely not come out if there were too many people. In the Mirror Lake City, only Su Luen had the confidence to kill the water monster alone. "My lord, it's too dangerous. Let me go." Akam stopped Sulen. "All right, it's just a water monster. It's not my match. I haven't been active for a while." Sulen patted his shoulder and said firmly. "Then please let me go with you," Akam said after seeing that he couldn't stop Sulen. "I agree. Hurry up and prepare the ship." Sulen waved his hand. Akam's strength was at the rank 3 transcendent realm. Even if he encountered a water monster on water, he would still have the strength to protect himself. Furthermore, he would need someone who could sail the boat to help him. Soon, the boat was ready. It was a small sailboat, 6 meters long and 3 meters wide. It only needed 3 to 5 people to operate. It was a fishing boat used by Mirror Lake City to catch and transport fish. After Sulen and Zhang Heng boarded the boat, Akam and the guide skillfully untied the ropes and raised the sails. Sulen snapped his fingers and summoned a breeze to blow the sailboat away from the port. Mirror Lake covered a large area, so it wasn't easy to find the water monster. Fortunately, Sulen had a strategic map with him, so he could mark out all the enemies around. With Sulen's wind elemental, the sailboat moved very quickly. The boat was like an arrow released from a bow, quickly sailing past the water surface. Soon, the boat arrived at the area where the water monster appeared. Sulen opened the strategic map and started looking for the location of the water monster. Soon, a large number of light spots that represented living creatures appeared on the map. However, most of these light spots were fish. The water monster didn't appear. It wasn't easy to find the water monster among so many light spots. "My lord, this is the location where the water monster appears," the guide said. "Let's cruise around here a few times and see if we can lure the water monster out," Akam said after glancing at Sulen. Under the control of the 2 people, the boat moved back and forth on the water surface. However, after a while, the water monster still didn't appear. "Make some noise," Sulen said. Su Luen said, and Akam nodded. Then he and the guide began to beat the water surface to make sounds. The fish in the lake quickly fled in all directions. Sulen's strategic map quickly reduced the number of light spots by more than half. As time passed, in a dark underwater cave, a figure the size of a small mountain was sleeping. At that moment, a pair of cold and evil eyes that looked like 2 lanterns suddenly opened in the dark cave. The body that looked like a small mountain moved slowly. The mud and sand under the water suddenly rolled and turned murky. A huge black shadow swam out of the cave. A few thick tentacles swayed gently. Then, the black shadow instantly accelerated and rushed forward. After a few times, the surrounding water was no longer dark. The huge black shadow also became clear. Sulen stood on the sailboat and carefully checked the strategic map. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that a light spot on the map was rapidly approaching. In just a few breaths, the black spot was less than 100 meters away from the boat. Sulen narrowed the strategic map to the upper left corner of his eye and shouted at Akam and the guide, "It's coming. You guys go back to the cabin. The water monster is coming." When the guide heard that the water monster was coming, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He threw away his tools and rushed to the cabin to hide. Akam, on the other hand, took out his weapon and was eager to fight. "Don't attack on the boat. Don't let the water monster crash the boat. If that happens, we'll have to swim back," Sulen warned Akam. At the same time, Sulen circulated the energy in his body. Suddenly, an undercurrent appeared under the water surface. Then, the undercurrent suddenly exploded and pushed the water monster that couldn't dodge in time out of the water surface. A water monster that was more than 10 meters tall like a small mountain appeared on the surface of the water. The body of the water monster was similar to a human and had 4 limbs like a human. However, the front of the limbs was something like a fish's fin. There were also 8 octopus-like tentacles on the back of the water monster. Its body was covered in a layer of dark green scales. Roar! A sharp roar was heard. Sulen suddenly felt a wave of soul fluctuation. A soul thorn formed completely by soul power rushed towards Sulen. The soul ring on Sulen's hand flashed with a white light, and an energy barrier appeared in front of him. After the soul thorn hit the barrier, circles of ripples appeared and then disappeared. Following the water monster's roar, a strange energy wave spread out. Sulen was suddenly frightened, but it disappeared very quickly. On the boat, Akam's face was a little pale. However, his eyes were still firm and fearless when he looked at the water monster. The guide, on the other hand, couldn't stand it. He fainted in the cabin. "This is the aura of fear." Sulen frowned. This water monster had a domain-type ability. This ability was very similar to the dragon's aura. It didn't consume any energy, and there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. With this ability, there was basically no need to worry about being surrounded by an army. As long as the aura of fear was activated, those who weren't strong enough and didn't have a strong will wouldn't even have the courage to face it. Of course, this water monster's aura of fear was a little weaker than an adult dragon's aura. However, it was enough to deal with ordinary people. A legendary level water monster. Sulen took a deep breath. He looked at the water monster with a much more serious expression. Mystic Ice Slash. The purple dragon halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next second, 3 cold ice blades flew out from his weapon. Wherever the ice blades passed, the water instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the water monster. The tentacles on the back of the water monster waved. A powerful water column suddenly appeared and hit the 3 ice blades. The ice blades collided with the water column and were frozen into ice pillars. Water walking. Underwater breathing. 2 beams of light flashed past Sulen's body. After using water breathing, Sulen directly jumped off the ship and rushed toward the water monster. Roar! A sharp roar sounded. The water monster floating on the water roared and quickly waved its fin-like arms. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a dark green water arrow. The surrounding air was filled with a rotten and sour smell. Under the spray of the acid and poison arrows, the surrounding water surface had already turned dark green. Some of the fishes and shrimps that did not manage to escape in time had their bellies turned white. Then, they were completely corroded by the green liquid. Sulen frowned. The acid spray of the water monster in front of him was already comparable to the black dragon of the Pentashade. Although the black dragon's combat power was at the bottom of the pentashade, an adult black dragon's strength was still at the legendary level. Haste! Sullen's body suddenly sped up and dodged to the side. However, the range of the acid arrow was too wide. Even if he tried his best to dodge, some of the acid still splashed onto the energy shield. Then, he saw the area where the acid came into contact with the energy shield became thinner and corroded. In the end, with a soft sound, the energy shield and the acid disappeared together. The energy shield was a level 5 spell. It had just taken a hit from the soul thorn and now the acid arrow. Finally, it shattered. The acid arrow of the water monster was very powerful. If it were to hit a level 2 extraordinaire directly, not many of them would be able to withstand it. Just now, the area where the acid arrow had been shot by the monster had been cleared out. Strong acid attacks were not friendly to melee professions. They could corrode metal and cause great damage to the body. Even if one could pass the constitution test, there would be terrible scars after the wound was healed. Only melee professions with more than 20 constitution and advanced tenacity and regeneration could ignore this kind of attack. Seeing that Su Len had dodged the acid arrow, the water monster turned its huge body and quickly rushed up. Although it was a little surprised by Sullen's escape, as the strongest overlord in the water, it didn't think that the little human would be a match for it. As a water monster, the lake was its home ground. It was like a fish in water here. Its fin-like arms waved gently, and the water monster rushed up quickly. At the same time, it spat out another acid arrow from its mouth. Summon wind elementals. The wind whistled on the surface of the water. 2 large wind elementals that were 5 or 6 meters tall appeared on the surface of the water. These wind elementals had electric arcs jumping on their bodies from time to time. As soon as they appeared, they rushed up under Sullen's command. Chapter 312. The whirling wind blew the acid arrows away, scattering the dark green acid in all directions. Only a part of it landed on the 2 large wind elementals, sizzling and emitting white smoke. However, compared to the wind elemental's height of 5 to 6 meters, the consumption was not even worth mentioning. The 2 wind elementals stirred up a gust of wind and rushed towards the water monster. The huge tentacles on the back of the water monster waved quickly, whipping the wind elementals. The huge body of the wind elementals only lasted for a few seconds before they exploded into a cloud of smoke. Thunderstorm. A rolling thundercloud suddenly appeared, followed by a blue lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket, striking the water monster. The powerful electric current directly shocked the water monster, causing its body to convulse and its tentacles to sway disorderly. However, the damage was not as great as Su Len had imagined. More electric current was channeled into the surrounding lake water. Blue electric arcs jumped on the surface of the water, and soon disappeared without a trace. 2/3 of the power of the thunderstorm spell dissipated into the surrounding lake water. As a legendary creature, the water monster had high magic resistance, and the greatly reduced thunderstorm spell did not cause any serious damage to it. At most, it made it feel a little uncomfortable and its body became numb. If this was on land, such a powerful thunderstorm would have at least charred the water monster black. Unfortunately, this was the enemy's home ground. After seeing that the thunderstorm was not as effective, Su Len decisively cancelled the thunderstorm. The huge power of thunder and lightning filled the purple dragon halberd. Although the damage of the thunder and lightning was not good, the additional numbing effect was not reduced at all. After adding the water walk buff, Su Len could walk on water as if it was flat ground. After seeing that the effect of the thunderstorm was greatly reduced, Su Len tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and quickly rushed towards the water monster. Silver Dragon Inversed Scale Spear. As the purple dragon halberd was waved quickly, a silver dragon appeared. The dragon's body flashed with lightning, and in the next second, it directly rushed towards the water monster. The water monster that had just recovered from the numbing effect did not have time to dodge. Bang! The water monster's massive body was sent flying nearly 30 meters away. Its originally streamlined body was now riddled with bone-deep wounds. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wounds. Although the water monster looked miserable, its injuries weren't as severe as one would imagine. However, this water monster was unlucky enough to be paralyzed once again. This made using lightning attacks very annoying. Every attack would go through a test of paralysis. Once it failed, it would enter a state of paralysis. Lightning attacks had a very high chance of paralysis. Half Moon Slash. A crescent-shaped light blade flashing with lightning suddenly appeared. Then, it quickly rushed towards the water monster while sticking close to the surface of the water. After recovering from its paralysis state, the water monster immediately summoned a huge water shield. The light blade slammed into the water shield, splitting it in half. Then, it turned into countless water droplets and fell into the water. Although the light blade had broken through the water shield, it had consumed most of its energy. Then, it collided with one of the water monster's tentacles. After leaving a scar on the tentacle, the light blade completely dissipated. Sullen's body quickly glided across the water. In a breath's time, he had crossed a distance of 30 meters and arrived beside the water monster. In front of him, the water monster that looked like a mountain of flesh had just finished casting a spell. At this time, the water monster was in a state of exhaustion and had yet to recover its strength. Sullen's target was its chest and abdomen. From here, he could directly attack the water monster's internal organs. Although he didn't know where the water monster's heart was, and the water monster's body was too big, Sulen wasn't confident that he could hit its heart in one hit. So, his goal was to open its chest. Dark green scales covered its body. Sulen waved the purple dragon halberd, and at this time, the water monster forcefully dodged. At the same time, the tentacles on its back swept towards Sulen. Sulen quickly twisted his body and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, the purple dragon halberd in his hand stabbed towards the scales on the water monster's abdomen. Slash! It felt like a knife cutting through cowhide. Although there was a lot of resistance, the purple dragon halberd still quickly pierced through the scales, cut open the water monster's tough skin, and stabbed into the water monster's muscle layer. After piercing into the muscle layer, the purple dragon halberd was like a scalpel, quickly sliding upwards along the muscle texture. After Sullen's halberd broke through the water monster's defense and left a 1-meter-long wound on its abdomen, the water monster's tentacles frantically whipped towards Sulen. Sulen didn't take it head-on. His body flashed, and he pulled out the purple dragon halberd and quickly retreated. When the purple dragon halberd was pulled out, it also brought out a large piece of flesh, and the water monster's wound became even more serious. Dark green blood splattered, and some of it landed on Sullen's body. The water monster's blood was like a strong acid, and it had a strong corrosive effect. However, this kind of corrosive effect didn't have much effect on Sulen. With his legendary tenacity and 38 points of constitution, the blood only corroded a few black spots on his skin, and he quickly recovered. After dodging the water monster's swipe again, Sullen's purple dragon halberd drew an arc in the air, and then swept towards the water monster again. Flurry! The purple dragon halberd instantly split into countless afterimages, and these afterimages all pierced towards the water monster. Dark green flowers bloomed on the water monster's body, and for a moment, the water monster's body was covered in wounds. The intense pain caused the water monster to constantly hiss, and its sharp roars caused Sullen's ears to tingle slightly. It had to be said that the difference in size in a battle was very obvious. Sullen's attack on this water monster was like stabbing an adult with a needle. Although the wounds were bleeding and painful, the damage was not enough to kill it. Faced with the storm-like attacks, the water monster's eyes turned red. The intense pain made it even crazier, and the 8 tentacles behind it attacked wildly. Faced with the water monster's counterattack, Sullen's purple dragon halberd constantly blocked, and his body twisted to dodge, but he was still hit a few times. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and was not caught by the water monster's tentacles. Faced with the water monster that seemed to have 8 arms, Sulen was also a little tired. Who told him to only have 2 arms? With so many arms attacking at once, this was cheating, ambushing, and not caring about martial arts ethics at all. Thunder Domain. Powerful thunder energy quickly surged out from Sullen's body, and his body was covered in a layer of jumping thunder and lightning. The purple dragon halberd was completely covered in thunder and lightning, as if it was a weapon made of countless thunder and lightning. After activating the Thunder Domain, a 30-meter area around Sulen was completely covered in thunder and lightning. Within this area, except for Sulen, all the enemies would be attacked by the thunder and lightning in the air every second. Every thunder and lightning attack would cause some damage, and they would also be paralyzed. However, above the water, a lot of the thunder and lightning energy was dispersed into the lake, so Sullen's energy consumption increased by several times. Although the power did not decrease, the duration was reduced by half. After noticing this situation, Sulen did not delay, and rushed toward the water monster again. The water monster, who was already in a rage, did not show any weakness. It roared, and the sharp cry shook the lake, causing ripples to appear everywhere. A powerful soul force appeared again, and then rushed towards Sulen fiercely. Roar! Sulen did not show any weakness. His eyes were red, and the energy in his body flowed, and then quickly gathered at his throat. In the next second, a loud roar came from his mouth, louder than the water monster's. The sound was like thunder, and it instantly exploded in his ears. The water around Sulen was splashed by the sound in an instant. War Roar, as an ability carried by Sullen's divine power, was also very powerful, and it was even faster than Soul Thorn when it was used. The thunderous sound rang in the water monster's ears. At such a close distance, the water monster, who was not mentally prepared, was instantly stunned by the sound. It felt as if there were 500 bees flying in its ears, and its mind turned into a pile of paste at this moment. The soul thorn that it released was also affected, and its power was greatly reduced. Sulen easily took it. Seeing that the water monster was stunned, Sulen waved the purple dragon halberd and quickly rushed forward. Although it was stunned, the water monster's 8 tentacles were still waving in front of its body. Seeing this, Sullen's purple dragon halberd flashed up and down, and the purple dragon halberd flashed with lightning quickly across the tentacles. The sharp purple dragon halberd continuously slashed across the same spot on the tentacle. In just a few slashes, a tentacle that was 7 to 8 meters long and half a meter thick was cut in half by Sulen. Dark green blood spurted out. The intense pain caused the water monster to recover from the dizziness, and the remaining 7 tentacles swept over from all directions. Thunderstorm. Powerful lightning fell from the sky, and fiercely struck the water monster. Although the damage was not high, the additional paralysis effect appeared again. Sulen did not care and madly attacked one of the tentacles. In the blink of an eye, the other tentacle of the water monster was cut in half by Sulen. After 2 tentacles were cut in half, the water monster's attack power was reduced by a level. Facing the attacks of the remaining 6 tentacles, Sulen was not exhausted. Acid Spit. Seeing that Sulen was tangling with the tentacles and was beginning to gain the upper hand, the water monster once again spat acid at Sulen. However, Sulen, who had activated his Thunder Domain, did not dodge this time. The distance was too close, and the water monster's acid had a wide range. The effect of dodging was not good. Dazzling lightning exploded from Sullen's body, and the powerful electric current formed a lightning screen in the air. The dark green acid and the lightning screen collided. Lightning flashed, and the acid churned, and then suddenly exploded. A large amount of lightning power exploded in an instant. Sulen only felt a sense of emptiness in his body. This was an illusion caused by a large amount of energy consumption. Before he could let out a sigh of relief, the 6 tentacles once again swung over. Sullen's purple dragon halberd swept out, and directly cut one of the tentacles. Then, his body dodged the tentacle behind it, and the tip of his foot kicked off the tentacle, and his body sped up again. Chapter 313. Cold Poison Purgatory. A dark green liquid suddenly appeared in front of Sulen. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the dark green liquid. The venom was highly corrosive and had an extremely low temperature. Su Len was charging forward at this time. He could not leverage himself in midair and was hit in an instant. The cold was followed by pain. Su Len's body was frozen in an instant. The venom and corrosive power were constantly trying to destroy Su Len's body. However, as soon as they entered Su Len's body, they were directly destroyed by the lightning power in his body. The water monster paid a great price and finally killed Su Len. The few remaining tentacles rolled up the dark green ice around Su Len, preparing to kill Su Len completely. Crack! At this moment, the sound of ice breaking came from the ice. Before the water monster could react, a large number of ice cubes suddenly shattered. Su Len's body was wrapped in lightning. A terrifying lightning power gathered around him. Entanglement. 6 tentacles suddenly rushed over, wanting to completely strangle Su Len. However, as soon as they came within 3 meters of Su Len, the explosive lightning power paralyzed all the tentacles. Lightning flashed all over the sky. Su Len's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and instantly broke through the encirclement of the 6 tentacles. He crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared near the water monster's body. Then, the terrifying lightning power gathered on his weapon. With a splash of blood, Su Len's purple dragon halberd sank more than a foot into the water monster's chest. The water monster's huge body trembled. Then, the arms and tentacles on its body swung wildly. Su Len was sure that he had pierced the water monster's chest. He might have even pierced its heart. However, the water monster did not die even after its heart was pierced. One could imagine how strong this water monster's body was. Su Len's face was a little pale. He did not expect the enemy's vitality to be so tenacious. Although the explosion just now was powerful, the after-effects were also serious. In just a short period of time, Su Len had consumed more than half of his energy. The water monster's tentacles swung wildly. Su Len's arm exerted force and pulled out the purple dragon halberd. Then, he slashed at the water monster's head fiercely. Slash! Blood splashed in all directions while lightning bolts boomed in the air. The purple dragon halberd's crescent edge deeply pierced into the water monster's head. A third of the water monster's head was cut open, and large streams of hot blood gushed out. This attack had severely injured the water monster once again. With such a serious injury, even if the water monster's body was strong, it was still made of flesh and blood. Its vitality was quickly fading. The tentacles that were wrapped around Su Len's body loosened weakly. A few tentacles began to twitch irregularly. Finally, with a bang, they fell into the lake. Blood dyed the lake dark green. Most of the lightning on Su Len's body had dissipated. His clothes had become tattered. Many parts of his body had become pitch black. A fishy smell wafted out. The water monster's counterattack before its death had caused him quite a lot of damage. If it were not for his strong vitality, legendary toughness, and intermediate regeneration, just the poison and acid alone would have been enough to make him suffer. After there were no more enemies, Su Len's body began to slowly recover. The black poison spots slowly faded away. The areas that had rotted into rotten flesh also began to scab. Although he looked very miserable, his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Just now, when the water monster had the home field advantage, Su Len still managed to kill it. Continuously killing experts of the same rank made his aura even stronger. Even a legendary expert would be affected by it. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a legendary water monster. You have obtained an epic victory. Your name has spread far and wide in the northern wastelands. Prestige plus 10. You have completed the random mission, Raging Water Monster. Your city Mirror Lake City's stability plus 20. Popular sentiment plus 15. Your citizens fear you more. You have obtained a gold treasure chest. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a legendary water monster. You have obtained 45,800 experience points. You have obtained a silver treasure chest. You have obtained a legendary talent point. You have obtained the item, Spring of Vitality, *1. Ding! The host has killed 3 legendary experts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title, Legendary Slaughterer. Legendary Slaughterer, Special Title. Acquisition requirements, automatically obtained after killing 3 or more legendary experts. Wearing this title can increase the host's deterrence. During transactions and negotiations, the host can obtain better conditions. Damage to legendary enemies +1. There is a chance of enraging the enemy. Ding! After arduous training, you have mastered Weak Poison Resistance. Weak Poison Resistance. During the battle with the legendary water monster, you have been eroded by poison multiple times. Moreover, with your strong physique and regenerative ability, your poison resistance has increased. From now on, you will be immune to poison damage up to 5 points. When receiving magic or physical attacks, any damage with poison effects will be reduced by 5 points. Ability requirements, 20 points of vitality or 15 points of vitality and the ability to regenerate. Ding! After arduous battle, your ability, Intermediate Regeneration, has been upgraded. You have obtained the ability, Advanced Regeneration. Advanced Regeneration, you have fought in a harsh environment. While resisting the cold, poison, corrosion, and pain, your body has been further tempered. You have successfully passed through these extreme environments and defeated the enemy in the end. During this process, your body has undergone a further transformation. At any time, your recovery speed has increased by 15 points. Ability requirements, 25 points of vitality and the ability to regenerate. After the battle ended, they quickly returned to the water area. The huge body of the water monster floated on the water. Su Len first used ice magic to freeze the huge body of the water monster. Then, he got 2 people to tie the water monster up with ropes and slowly drag it away on the fishing boat. The corpse of a legendary water monster could be said to be priceless. He did not intend to throw it away. After arranging all these, Su Len closed his eyes and sat in the cabin to check the rewards of this battle. He opened the storage space. At this time, there were 2 treasure chests in the storage space. Su Len took a deep breath and chose to open them. A beautiful special effect flashed and the cold voice of the system rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained 1 Storage Space Upgrade Voucher. Storage Space Upgrade Voucher. Sullen's eyes lit up. He then asked the system, how big will the storage space become after each upgrade? After the upgrade, the storage space will increase from the current 10 cubic meters to 50 cubic meters. Do you need anything else? What is the success rate? Su Len asked with a happy face. Because the host has obtained the storage space upgrade voucher, you don't need anything else for this upgrade. The success rate is 100%. Then hurry up and upgrade. Su Len said directly. His storage space was now a little small. For example, the water monster just now could not be put in. The space magic in this world was still very good. Basically, all the wizards had a space bag or other space equipment. An ordinary space bag was half a cubic meter to 1 cubic meter. Currently, the largest space equipment was only 15 cubic meters. Sullen's storage space had increased to 50 cubic meters. Begin the upgrade. With a flash of light, the storage space upgrade voucher disappeared. Then, Sullen's storage space began to expand in all directions. It only stopped when it expanded to 50 cubic meters. As the flash of light dissipated, the storage space expanded by 5 times. The originally crowded storage space became empty in an instant. Su Len calmed himself down and opened the remaining gold treasure chest. With a flash of light, the cold voice of the system rang in his ears again. Congratulations, host, you have opened the gold treasure chest. You have obtained the skill, Thunder Prison. Thunder Prison, a new skill evolved from the system skill, Thunder Prison, after combining with the rules of this world. It can create a thunder cage to trap the enemy. During this time, the enemy will not be able to move and will be severely injured by the thunder. Detected that the host has the thunder territory. You can integrate the thunder prison into the thunder territory. Do you want to integrate it? Integrate it. Hearing that he could integrate it into the thunder territory, Sulen quickly agreed. The thunder territory was now his strongest state. This skill that could obviously increase the power of the thunder territory had to be integrated. Ding! The thunder prison skill has been integrated into the thunder territory. This integration will consume one legendary skill point or legendary talent point. Do you want to integrate it? Sulen gritted his teeth. Originally, he had planned to save the legendary talent point to upgrade his advanced regeneration to legendary regeneration or to upgrade his anti-magic skills. Now that the Thunder Territory integration also required legendary talent points, Sulen hesitated for a moment and quickly made up his mind. System, integrate. Begin the integration. As Suluan chose to fuse, his soul instantly appeared in a strange space. It was not the first time he had entered this space. His soul began to expand rapidly, and endless power surrounded him. The faint lightning symbol in his soul began to flicker with dazzling light, and at the same time, the lightning symbol became more solid. At this moment, he seemed to have understood a lot, but also seemed to have understood nothing. It felt like only a second had passed, but it also felt like countless years. At this moment, a strong sense of repulsion appeared, and Suluan's soul instantly left that space. The next second, it appeared in his body, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Congratulations, host, the integration is successful. Your Thunder Territory, Basic, has officially been upgraded to Thunder Territory, Intermediate. Chapter 314. Sulen slowly opened his eyes. After a tough battle, his empty body was once again filled with energy. Traces of lightning energy scattered from his body, and the wounds on his body had already healed. If it were not for the color of the wounds, it would be as if he had never been injured. Even the places on his body that had been corroded by acid and poison were quickly recovering. The poison had completely disappeared, and the black rotting areas were quickly scabbing and then shedding. In less than 10 minutes, these areas had returned to their original state. The advanced regeneration talent was indeed very powerful. With this talent, not only would wounds heal quickly, but it would also grant some supernatural changes. For example, as long as a broken limb was reattached to the body's regeneration ability would regenerate the limb and the body. It was said that with the legendary regeneration talent, even if a broken limb was completely destroyed, the body would grow again after a period of time. In other words, he had the ability to regenerate broken limbs. Sulen had only seen this talent in slimes and trolls. Sulen gently opened his hand, and a ball of lightning energy appeared in his hand. The violent lightning energy formed a ball of lightning in his hand. Sulen held the ball of lightning and gently tossed it up, then caught it again. Then, he continued to perform various actions. The ball of lightning did not change at all under Sulen's acrobatic actions. It did not look like a violent lightning element at all. In the past, Suluan couldn't do this. However, after fusing with Thunder Prison and upgrading his Thunder Domain, Suluan was able to do this easily. Thunder Territory, Intermediate. You have begun to control the power of lightning. When you use lightning energy again, it will be more powerful. You are immune to ordinary lightning damage. The consumption of all lightning energy skills will be reduced by 50%, and the power of all lightning skills will be increased by 50%. After the territory is activated, you can create a world of lightning within 30 meters of yourself. All people or monsters that enter this area will be damaged by lightning. In this territory, your skills, strength, constitution, agility, and magic resistance will be increased by 100%. Sulen's Thunder Territory had expanded. Of course, his energy consumption had increased as well. Apart from that, his control of thunder and lightning had also become easier. Now, Su-Len could easily control the thunder and lightning to kill the monster even if they were on the surface of the water. Previously, when he used the thunder domain, although it was very powerful, he couldn't control the thunder and lightning released. Now, it was different. As long as he was in the thunder domain, he could control the thunder and lightning released. It wouldn't be like last time, when 2/3 of the power of the thunderstorm spell was channeled into the lake. For example, Su-Len could now adjust the plasma cannon according to his needs. If the succubus had high magic resistance, he could increase its power. If Phyllis was weak, he could reduce its power. Although its power did not increase by much, Sullen's combat power had increased by several levels. "Sir, we've arrived." Just as Su-Len was thinking about how to train his lightning control, Occam's voice came from outside the cabin. "Got it." Su-Len took out a clean and intact set of clothes from the storage space and threw away the beggar's clothes. He found a mirror and simply tidied up his appearance before walking out of the cabin. As soon as he came out, he heard deafening cheers from the port. Su-Len was very familiar with such scenes. After calming down these people easily, Su-Len looked at the other spoils of war. The corpse of a legendary monster. The corpse of a legendary magical beast was rare. Of course, although the value of this monster was very high, it was still not comparable to that of a giant dragon of the same level. The value of a giant dragon's corpse was shockingly high. The dragon's scales could be used to make high-level enchanted armor. This armor's defensive power was close to that of a giant dragon. Not only did it have strong physical resistance, but it also had high magic resistance. The dragon's skin could be used to make dragon's leather armor or dragon's leather robes. The dragon's horn could be used to make magic wands. The dragon's teeth could be used to make machetes or daggers. The dragon's blood could be used to make dragon's blood potions or hold a dragon's blood baptism ceremony. The dragon's heart was even more precious magic material. The dragon's meat was a precious magic ingredient. Even the dragon's bones could be given to necromancers to make bone dragons. However, if these things were seen by a giant dragon, it would be a big problem. Moreover, it was not easy to hunt a giant dragon. It was not easy to be a dragon slayer. Although this monster was also a legendary magical beast, its value was far less than that of a giant dragon. In order to deal with the corpse as soon as possible, Su-Len personally dissected it. At the same time, a few barbarian warriors helped. The monster's blood was all drained and stored in a special crystal container. Although the blood was very toxic and corrosive, it was still a good material. Of course, this blood was very suitable to be used as a casting material for strong acid arrows. As for the monster's meat, Su-Len checked it. The meat was poisonous and inedible. He could only freeze it and give it to Hathaway to see what use it had. Although the meat was poisonous, the monster's tendons were very good. They could be used to make crossbow strings. As for the monster's scales and skin, they were all collected. The scales were tough and hard to cut with swords. The surface was smooth and could be used to deflect weapons. It was very good for making armor. Su-Len planned to let Hathaway try to make a set of dragon scale armor. The water monster's skin was as tough as a dragon's, and it also had a trace of mana on it. It was a very good magic material, perfect for making wizard robes. As for the water monster's 8 tentacles, they were huge. Each tentacle was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. How was he going to make such a big squid leg? Coating it with seasoning and barbecuing it? How big would the barbecue grill be? However, thinking about how delicious the squid leg was, Su-Len decided to bring it back and let Frodo, the head chef of Northern Town City, try it. A huge water monster was quickly cut up. As for the magic core, he couldn't find it even after searching for a long time. The magic core was also very rare, just like the dragon crystal. Not every magical beast or giant dragon could give birth to one. There was only a very small chance of finding such a thing in the body of a magical beast. The rest of the monster's organs and bones were collected and processed. The last monster was dissected into many materials just like that. After solving the problem of the monster, Su-len checked the work in Mirror Lake City and couldn't wait to return to Northern Town City. First, he ran to Hathaway's lab and handed the materials from the monster to her. Hathaway was the only master alchemist in Northern Town City. It would be a waste to give these legendary materials to someone else. After seeing so many legendary materials, Hathaway was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She put down her work and took the materials directly to the lab to study. Su-len shook his head and left the lab. The construction of Northern Town City was still progressing steadily. When Su-len returned to the Lord's castle, he saw a gargoyle golem working on the wizard tower that was under construction not far away. This golem was powerful, tireless, and could fly. It was the best tool. 996 and 007 were nothing compared to this golem. The golem could work 365 days a year. It didn't need to be paid and could work at any time except for charging. It was perfect. The only downside was that it was expensive to build. After killing the monster, Su-len was still a little tired. After returning to the Lord's castle, he had a simple dinner and found a few ladies to talk about life. In the next few days, Su-len didn't go out again. He wanted to take a good rest and wander around the city every day. On the fourth day, Su-len found some craftsmen to make something. After killing the orc chieftain, he got a crossbow talisman, which could be used to recruit crossbowmen. He also learned how to make crossbows. Compared to bows and arrows, crossbows were much better. It took 2 to 3 years to make a suitable bow, and it also took a long time for the archer to train. Crossbows were different. Although the structure of a crossbow was complicated, it didn't take as long as a bow and arrow. As long as the style and specifications of the crossbow were determined, they could try to standardize the production. Even if some crossbows were damaged, they could be used again with new parts. Crossbowmen didn't need to train for a long time like archers. As long as they had the strength and understood orders, they could line up and shoot. The range of a crossbow was also longer than a bow. The only problem was that it took a long time to load a crossbow. An archer could shoot a few arrows, but a crossbow couldn't shoot 2 arrows. Therefore, crossbowmen had to line up and have enough people. He asked them to line up and shoot in turns according to the 3-stage shooting method. This method could make up for the lack of shooting speed to a certain extent. Su-len found some craftsmen to set up a weapons bureau and started to research how to make crossbows. The crossbows given by the system were the most basic ones. If the crossbowmen wanted to level up in the future, they could only upgrade by replacing them with better ones. Su-len planned to train the militia in the northern town to use crossbows. The regular army only had a small number of crossbowmen. Since the militia didn't have much time to train and weren't very strong, it was very suitable for them to use crossbows. They only needed to train the commands and formations, and they would continue to work during the rest of the time. When there was a battle, they could immediately equip themselves with crossbows. When they formed a crossbow formation, they weren't any weaker than archers. It was very convenient for defense. The weapons bureau was also built in the inner town, near the Lord's castle. Su-len purposely divided an area for his factory. No one was allowed to get close to it. At the same time, he arranged a large number of people to protect it. Weapons like crossbows were also prohibited from being sold. Chapter 315. The weapon bureau only took 2 days to complete, and the attributes were quite good. Weapon Bureau, Department for Research, Development, Improvement, and Production of Weapons. Research Speed +10, Strive for Perfection +8, Craftsman Spirit +10, Work Efficiency +10. Although the attributes were not much, the effects were quite good. Su-len arranged for 30 craftsmen to work on the Weapon Bureau. The first weapon they were researching was the crossbow. The crossbow Su-len had obtained was simple in structure, low in power, short in range, and slow in loading. It had no advantages over the centaur longbows and elven longbows. It was similar to the birch bows used by human archers. This level of crossbow had no advantages at all, so Sulen planned to research and upgrade it before equipping it. Of course, even if they wanted to research and upgrade the crossbow, they still needed to make the basic crossbow first. Many countries had crossbows, but they preferred the powerful ballista. There wasn't much research on small crossbows, and the cost of making one wasn't a small sum. Therefore, the popularity of small crossbows in various countries wasn't high. Normal crossbows were not a threat to knights. In this supernatural world, a knight could wear plate armor and charge back and forth on the battlefield. Normal crossbows could not pierce plate armor at all. Only large ballistae could pose a threat to them. However, ballistae were heavy and difficult to move. As long as they were discovered in advance, the hit rate would be even lower. They were more suitable for siege or defense. Because he had mechanical control and had made ballistae before, making a small crossbow was not difficult for him. Sulen asked the craftsman to help him and made the crossbow according to the blueprint. As long as the frame of the crossbow was made of metal, this part could be poured directly. The other parts were made of flexible wood, and the bowstring was made of cow tendons and other materials. The bowstring used in the crossbow was tougher than normal bows, so it was made of several pieces of cow tendons. When necessary, iron wire could be added to increase the strength. With the completion of the last part, Sulen finally finished making all the parts of the crossbow. After moving his body a bit, Sulen picked up the parts and started to assemble them. Compared to making the crossbow, the assembling speed was much faster. It only took him 10 minutes to complete the crossbow. In fact, the crossbow in the blueprints given by the system was an arm crossbow. However, the arm crossbow took a long time to load, so Sulen modified it and turned it into a leg crossbow. It was the addition of a pedal at the front of the crossbow. When drawing the crossbow, one foot stepped on the pedal and both hands pulled the bowstring. It was faster and more labor-saving than using both arms to draw the bowstring. Sulen tried to pull open the crossbow and put the special bolt into the crossbow machine. The bolt used by the crossbow machine was different from the bolt used by the bow. The bolt used by the crossbow machine had no feather and was shorter than the bolt used by the bow. After fixing the bolt, Sulen led the other craftsman to a weapon testing field in the back. Sulen asked the craftsman to place the targets at 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters, and 120 meters respectively. He began to test. He held the crossbow machine with one hand and the handle with the other. Then, he aimed the crossbow machine at the target in the distance and pulled the trigger with his finger. Bang! The sound of the bowstring vibrating was heard. The bolt instantly shot to the target in the distance and hit the bullseye. Then Sulen continued to load the crossbow and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the bowstring was heard continuously. In a short while, Sulen shot out more than 10 bolts. Then, he began to check the lethality of the bolts. The bolts on the 50-meter target directly penetrated the target. These targets were all made of hardwood and were 7 centimeters thick. It was not easy to penetrate them. The bolts on the 80-meter target also penetrated deeply. On the 100-meter target, the bolts on the 100-meter target were very shallow, only about 1 centimeter deep. On the 100-meter target, the bolts on the 100-meter target could be easily pulled out. Basically, the bolts on the 100-meter target had no lethality. Sulen used a force of 30 kilograms to load the crossbow. An adult could easily pull it open. The power was also so. The lethality was very strong within 80 meters. At 50 meters, it could penetrate armor. Beyond 100 meters, the power would plummet. The bolts were different from bows because they did not have feathers and were very unstable. Beyond a certain distance, the power would not be as strong. However, a 30-kilogram crossbow was only the most basic. Usually, the crossbow was more than 60 kilograms. At that time, the range of the bolts would definitely be longer and the penetrating effect would be stronger. In fact, a 60-kilogram crossbow only needed to be strengthened. The main body of the crossbow did not need to be changed. After Su Len tested the crossbow and confirmed that there were no problems, he let the craftsman research and design the bolts. Su Len did not plan to participate in the research and design. If he did everything himself, what would the craftsman do? As a lord, he was very busy. He only planned to take some time to take a look at the Weapons Research Institute and give some advice if there were any problems that he could not solve. When Su Len established the Weapons Research Institute, the corresponding training in the barracks had already begun. The militia system in North Town was now established. The militia was different from professional soldiers. The militia had a very low salary. They had at least 5 days of training per month. The rest of the time, they worked as usual. The militia's training had also been changed. It was now about formations and getting familiar with all kinds of commands and flags. In fact, military training was mostly about formations. Whether it was spearmen or archers, they all needed to know how to arrange formations. The soldiers in North Town City were currently training the crossbowmen in a phalanx. Once the crossbows were made, they would be able to fight very quickly. The soldiers did not need to go out to fight. They would usually stay in the city to defend. The crossbowmen needed the support of other troops when they went out to fight. The crossbowmen were only powerful when they were in a tight formation. Without a formation, or if the formation was loose, the crossbowmen were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At the same time, the crossbowmen needed other troops to protect their flanks. Otherwise, they would be ambushed from the back. The current militia in North Town City did not have the mental fortitude to do so. North Town City now had the security force, the regular army, and the militia. The total number of soldiers was over 10,000. The total population of Sulan's territory was less than 150,000. Of course, this did not include the goblins, kobolds, and other slaves. This ratio was already very high compared to the surrounding countries. The salary of the North Town City Army was also higher than that of the surrounding countries. The finances of North Town City were a little tight. Originally, the income of North Town City was enough to support so many soldiers, but there was too much work to do in North Town City. The most expensive thing in North Town City was all kinds of projects. Although many materials could be produced in North Town City to reduce the cost, many magic materials could only be bought from merchant caravans. For example, the magic materials shipped from the Roland via City Alliance would cost at least twice as much here. Moreover, many magic experiments required the consumption of gold. Gold was a commonly used material in alchemy, and Hathaway was also a huge consumer of gold. According to the statistics of some wizards, a legendary wizard could consume several tons to a dozen tons of gold in their lifetime. For example, the magic gold that wizards made was a substitute for fine gold. It required a lot of gold to make. Thorium, which was used to replace mithril, was also made with silver. Building a wizard tower would cost at least a few million kinnar. By now, most of the wealth in Sulan's treasury had been used up. Luckily, there were still gold and silver mines that were still being excavated. Every month, there would be a large amount of gold and silver coming into the treasury. The restoration of the secret realm had slowed down, so Su Len decided to build the wizard tower first. Since he was ready to establish a duchy, Su Len was also preparing to issue his own currency. The currency exchange in this world was very messy. There were more than 30 kinds of gold coins, and they all had different weight and weight. The most valuable gold coin was the wealth coin issued by the Church of Wealth. Because of the high quality of this gold coin, it was very popular throughout the continent. Merchants loved to collect this kind of wealth gold coin the most. On the front of the coin was the portrait of the Lady of Wealth, and on the back was the emblem of the Church of Wealth. It could be said that because of the pursuit of wealth, the Lady of Wealth had a large number of followers. Maybe it was because of the money, but most of these people were just ordinary followers. There were not many devout followers or fanatics. Those merchants were all speculators, and it was very difficult to make them believe in a god wholeheartedly. Su Len was going to make the coins with the wonders of his territory printed on them. As for why he did not put his own face on them, Su Len felt too ashamed. Also, because of the technology, the face on the gold coins was not very clear. Of course, because the Church of Wealth was rich, they used divine spells to help. However, Sulen did not have that many wizards to help him make the coins. He was going to print the image of the Arc de Triomphe on the gold coins, and the face value of the gold coins on the front of the coins. At the same time, he was going to simplify the exchange rate of the gold coins. 1 gold coin for 18 silver coins, 1 gold coin for 36 silver coins, these stupid exchange rates would all be eliminated. He was going to exchange the coins at a rate of 1 to 10, but the weight of the gold coins had to be controlled. He could not lose money. Unifying the exchange rate would make it very convenient for ordinary people to trade. The Northern Citadel was definitely going to develop its business. Sulen would not purposely make things difficult for him. The Northern Citadel already had experience in making coins. Now, they were just changing the coins of the Kingdom of Florence into the Northern Citadel's coins. In fact, gold coins were rarely made of pure gold. Pure gold was too soft and easily deformed. Therefore, some other metals were mixed in to increase the hardness. P.S. Sulen is going to establish a duchy. Asking for the name of the duchy. The Northern Citadel is too out of character. Chapter 316. North Town City. On the reserved land of the Sky Garden, there were all kinds of building materials piled up. Because of the lack of manpower, the Sky Garden had not yet begun construction. Sulen came here to do some preliminary research. Sulen had already made the blueprint of the Sky Garden in the Tower Spirit's 3D simulation. He had to admit that the Sky Garden's 3D model did look very shiny. Sulen was now thinking about adding a spring of vitality to the Sky Garden. Sulen got this spring of vitality when he killed a water monster. It had always been stored in his storage dimension. The spring of vitality looked very normal. It was a spring with a crystal ball wrapped around it. The spring kept pouring out water, but the water in the crystal ball did not increase at all. This spring of vitality was not a normal spring. It was a magic spring. Sulen wanted to put this spring in the arcane garden. Spring of vitality, this is a magical spring. It was born in nature. Its spring water has magical effects. The spring water has the effect of restoring life force. It can quickly restore stamina. Pure water plus 15, life recovery plus 15, stamina recovery plus 20, limitless plus 25, magic spring water was very precious in this world. The most precious magic spring water in this world was called the Spring of Life. However, the Spring of Life only appeared in some records of the ancient arcanists. No wizard had ever seen it before. Many wizards doubted if this spring water really existed. The effect of the Spring of Life was very simple. After using it, it could heal all the injuries on the body and restore the body to its best condition. At the same time, it could also increase the user's lifespan by 1,000 years. Of course, each person could only use it once. The Fountain of Youth was actually the initial stage of the Spring of Life. It could heal all the injuries on the body and increase the user's lifespan by 200 years. Again, each person could only use it once. There were a few records of the Fountain of Youth on the continent. The most famous one was the legendary pirate king, Bartholomew Roberts. This pirate king was born in a noble family. He was a baron. Once again, he was captured by pirates during a sea trade. He joined the pirates and quickly became the leader of the pirates. This pirate king liked to wear a gorgeous black suit and jewelry. He looked gentle, but in fact, he was ruthless. He never left anyone alive when he robbed merchant ships. This pirate king rose quickly like a comet. It was said that he robbed hundreds of ships and defeated the navies of the coastal countries several times. He also established the pirate law and became a pirate king. It was said that this pirate king's wealth was tens of millions of kinnar. It was a pity that no one had discovered this wealth until now. This pirate king accidentally entered a sea after a robbery and finally came to a strange island where he found the Fountain of Youth. Unfortunately, he did not live to be hundreds of years old. He met another more powerful opponent, the ancient Red Dragon, who was now the Red Dragon Queen. The Red Dragon Queen defeated Bartholomew Roberts and enslaved all the pirates under this pirate king. Then, in a few years, she established the Red Dragon Kingdom in the Southern Sea and completely monopolized the sea trade in the Southern Sea. However, she was different from Bartholomew Roberts. The Red Dragon Queen encouraged trade and she collected taxes on every ship. As long as you paid the taxes, you could pass through the Southern Sea unimpeded. These ships would fly the Red Dragon Queen's flag, and the Red Dragon Queen would attack the pirates who attacked the ships flying the Red Dragon flag. Legend has it that Bartholomew Roberts used the Fountain of Youth to stimulate his life energy and successfully advanced to the legendary level. Then, his rise began. Some people speculated that Bartholomew Roberts hid all the gold, silver, and jewelry he robbed on the island where the Fountain of Youth was found. As long as one could find that path, not only could they obtain a huge amount of wealth, but they could also obtain a long life. Because of this, there was a period of time when a large number of adventurers rushed into the Southern Sea to find the legendary island. However, until now, no one had found it. Nature bred many treasures. The Fountain of Youth and the Fountain of Life were all bred by nature. Legend has it that when the world was born, there would be a world tree. The ancient elves used to serve the world tree. It was also because of the power of the world tree that the ancient elves had a lifespan of thousands of years and powerful strength. Of course, the ancient elves never admitted this because it was too long ago and there were no records left. It was a time when the ancient gods were active. Perhaps only the ancient gods hiding in some corner of the multiverse would know whether this was true or not. In addition to the Fountain of Youth, there were also petrifying springs and lucky springs. The petrifying springs could turn all kinds of objects into stone, so some people called it Medusa Springs. The lucky springs could increase luck. Although these springs were not as powerful as the Fountain of Youth, they were still precious. The Fountain of Vitality that Su Len obtained could increase the recovery speed of his HP and stamina. It could also be used to make magic potions. The success rate of making magic potions with this Fountain of Vitality was also high. Although in theory, the Fountain of Vitality could be placed anywhere, Su Len decided to place it in the Arcane Garden after asking the system. This was because the natural treasures were usually born at the central point where the elemental energy of nature gathered. Only in these places would there be a very low chance of being born. If someone wanted to move it, it would be very easy to destroy it. Of course, the Arcanists had found a way to transplant it. However, after the transplant, they still had to find a suitable place to place it. Once the elemental energy of the place was insufficient, the production of the Fountain of Vitality would decrease, and the Fountain of Vitality would gradually dry up. There was even a phenomenon where the Fountain of Vitality would be downgraded to a normal Fountain of Vitality. On the other hand, if the Fountain of Vitality was placed in a suitable place, there was a chance that the Fountain of Vitality would continue to grow. It was even possible that it could even level up. Of course, this possibility would take at least a few decades or even centuries. Su Len didn't want to level up the Fountain of Vitality, but he couldn't let it be downgraded again. Therefore, he planned to place the Fountain of Vitality in the Arcane Garden. The Arcane Garden was actually an artificially created treasure land. Through runic matrices, legendary elemental cores, and a special layout, a central point where the elemental energy gathered was created. It couldn't be more suitable to place the Fountain of Vitality here. Hathaway was a little busy during this period. In addition to making obsidian golems, she was also making materials from the legendary water monster. The scales on the water monster's body had been processed. These scales were originally excellent magic materials. After some simple processing, these scales were handed over to the Grey Dwarf blacksmith for processing. The Grey Dwarf blacksmith would use these scales to make a set of dragon scale armor. In fact, it should be called fish scale armor. After all, these scales came from the water monster and not a dragon. The production of the dragon scale armor had already begun. The one who did it was the most skilled blacksmith master among the Grey Dwarves. After some research, Hathaway found that the meat cut off from the water monster was still edible. It also had some special effects. It could slightly increase attributes by about 1 or 2 points. Of course, this meat was not for ordinary people to eat. It was so poisonous that ordinary people would be poisoned to death in one bite. If the poison was removed, although the meat of the water monster could be eaten, the effect inside would disappear. Only Cryopteris could eat the meat of the water monster, so Su-Len fed all the meat to Cryopteris. Cryopteris inherited part of the dragon's blood and had a high resistance to poison. Although the toxins in the meat of the water monster were high, they didn't feel any discomfort eating it. The meat of the water monster was about 12 tons, and the one that ate the most was Sulen's ice Quetzalcoatlus. After eating the water monster meat, the Cryopteris grew stronger and their bodies grew a lot. The meat of the water monster also had the effect of accelerating growth. The blood and heart of the water monster were purified by Hathaway into a kind of bloodline potion. After this bloodline potion was integrated, one could become a bloodline warlock. However, because of the level of the water monster's bloodline, it was difficult to advance to the legendary rank after using this bloodline potion. Even so, it was very precious. It was not easy to integrate the water monster's bloodline because it was very poisonous and corrosive. The integrator needed a high enough compatibility. Only when the compatibility was more than 70% would the success rate be more than 50%. When the compatibility was more than 80%, the success rate would reach 70%. When the compatibility was more than 90%, there was basically no possibility of failure. Su-Len didn't plan to integrate the water monster's bloodline. The water monster was no match for him when it was alive, let alone someone who integrated its bloodline. However, although Su-Len didn't like it, it didn't mean it was trash. A bottle of water monster's bloodline like this could create a warlock family. As long as Su-Len was willing to sell it, there were still many people who were willing to buy it. Not all wizards had the chance to advance to the legendary rank. In fact, 90% of wizards would never cross the threshold of the legendary rank in their lifetime. Therefore, it was acceptable to be called a bloodline wizard. If this bottle of bloodline potion was done well, it could be sold for at least a few million kinnar. Su-Len planned to put this bottle of bloodline potion up for auction when he had time. The legendary water monster's skin had been cut up. This legendary water monster was more than 10 meters long, and there were a lot of skin that was suitable for making wizard robes. Hathaway, Alex, Karina, and Grace each got a piece. As for the rest of the skin that wasn't suitable for making wizard robes, it would be made into leather armor. The skin of the water monster was much better than that of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. The remaining leather could be used to make about 12 half-body leather armors. Some parts could be used to make belts, leg guards, wrist guards, and so on. Nothing was wasted. Chapter 317. Hathaway's alchemy shop was doing very well during this period of time. With the wizard apprentices as free labor, and the magic plants in the secret realm beginning to mature, the alchemy shop had a large number of low-level potions. Many merchants saw that the price of the potions was not too high, so they would buy a batch. After the orc invasion, several surrounding countries paid a heavy price and finally drove the orcs back to their hometown. The trade in the North City began to recover. However, in addition to these caravans, Su-Len also found that many adventurer teams had also come to the North City. These adventurer teams were preparing to go to the northern wilderness through the city. The northern wilderness was vast, and there were countless monsters and various tribes scattered all over the place. Although it was desolate, barren, and cold, there were still some precious magic plants and high-value magic beasts in many unknown corners. There were still many relics and buildings from the Witch King era and even the Arcane Empire era left in the northern wilderness. Most of these relics had become ruins, but there were probably many precious things buried in them. Among the adventurers, there would often be some lucky ones who found things left behind by ancient arcanists in the ruins and became rich overnight. Of course, such things did happen, but most of them came up empty-handed. Every year, many adventurers died in the various traps in the ruins. The life of an adventurer was not like the protagonists in the stories sung by bards. There were all kinds of thrilling experiences. Every time, they could turn danger into safety and gain a lot of benefits. Their strength would continue to increase, and finally, they would find the legendary treasure, gain a huge amount of wealth, and become a well-known adventurer on the continent. In fact, the adventurer's life was completely a business of life and death. Some down-and-out adventurers could not even afford to eat. Death was the most common thing among the adventurers. As for the treasure, many people had never experienced it in their lives. There were many adventurers in the North City, which made the city's security a little chaotic. Many adventurers were unwilling to follow the rules of the North City, so they could only let the security army educate these people. Of course, it was not a good idea to chase all of them away. The strength of the adventurers could be said to be uneven, with the weakest being a farmer who had just discovered a hoe, and the strongest being a legendary powerhouse. Moreover, these people were not only capable of causing chaos, but could also be of help if used well. Sulen had the town hall set up an adventurers guild, which specialized in issuing quests and paying rewards for adventurers to complete. For example, clearing monsters, capturing goblins and kobolds as slaves, or purchasing special plants and rare magical plants. Of course, adventurers could also be asked to gather intelligence in the wilderness. On one hand, they were offering quests and rewards. On the other hand, they were cracking down on adventurers who broke the rules. The adventurers of Northern Town City quickly learned to adapt to this city. Due to the rapid development of the city and the influx of merchants and adventurers, the taverns in the northern part of the city were no longer enough. Therefore, Sulen opened 2 more taverns on the same street. There were now 5 taverns in the northern part of the city. At the same time, on a street near the Adventurers Guild where quests were issued, many adventurers spontaneously formed a small market there. Sulen would occasionally come here for a stroll. There were often some strange things in the market, but of course, most of them were useless trash. "Hey, buddy, you're dressed like that. Are you going on an adventure?" Just as Sulen was strolling, a fat man in a dirty linen robe with a wretched face sneaked up to him. Because he was strolling, Sulen did not wear noble clothes. Instead, he was dressed like an adventurer. "Hey, let me finish. Don't be in a hurry to leave. A lot of newcomers like you have come here to try their luck, but most of them returned empty-handed. Some unlucky ones even lost their lives. The northern wastelands are still very dangerous. There are many places that cannot be conquered with brute force. You need more information. Also, you need to know which places are deadly. You must not go near them. Look, I have a map of the northern wastelands. With it, you will know which places are dangerous, which tribes you can trade for food, and which tribes you can't go near." As he spoke, the wretched fat man grabbed his collar with both hands and pulled it out. There were a dozen books hanging inside his windbreaker. Sulen roughly counted. There were maps of the wastelands, maps of the wasteland's ruins, maps of the wasteland's magical beasts, maps of the wasteland's territories, and so on. There were at least a dozen books. Information about the wastelands? Sulen glanced at the so-called information maps of the wretched fat man. Most of the information was fake or something that one would know after living in the northern town for a period of time. These unscrupulous businessmen made these information books to cheat the newcomers who had just come here. Yes, this is definitely the latest information about the wastelands. Even the mayor of the northern town city bought it from us, Fat Ben said proudly. Sulen looked at the scammer in front of him and said, "If it's so good, then give me a copy. 1 silver NR per book. I don't sell on credit." Fat Ben's eyes flashed. "Sure." Sulen flicked his thumb and threw a silver NR over. Fat Ben caught the NR with an agility that far exceeded his body. He then pinched the NR between his thumb and middle finger and blew hard on it. He then put it to his ear. After hearing a crisp sound, he opened his windbreaker with a smile and said, "Pick anything you like." Sulen picked up a book called Dangerous Wastelands. The book was written on paper that had been improved several times in the northern town city. The paper was yellowish and rough, but it could be written and read. The book only had a dozen pages, and it looked rough at first glance. He flipped through the pages. As he expected, most of the information recorded in the book was from the past. Sulen curled his lips and waved at a few security guards not far away. Fat Ben was still talking to Sulen about the rest of his books. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Just as Ben was trying to sell his books to Sulen, 2 security guards had already arrived behind him. Fat Ben looked behind him in confusion. After seeing that it was the security guards, his face changed and his body instinctively wanted to run away. "This man is selling fake information here. Arrest him." "Yes, sir." Ben sensed that something was wrong and wanted to run away. However, as soon as he moved, he was subdued by the 2 security guards. F***CK, you guys are trying to trick me. You have no morals. You guys are working together to trick me, Fat Ben. Throw this guy to clean the trash and public toilets for 3 months. Sulen said directly. "Sir, I'm really not a scammer. Please forgive me this time." Ben's face turned green when he heard that he would be punished to clean toilets for 3 months. He quickly begged for mercy. "That won't do. Selling fake information and cheating people. You're lucky I didn't punish you for a year." Sulen waved his hand and signaled the security guards to take him away. "Sir, I'm not lying to you. It's true. I just got an important piece of information that I didn't have time to tell you." Seeing that he was about to be taken away, Ben couldn't care less and quickly said, "Wait a minute." Sulen took a few steps forward and stood in front of Ben. "You said you have important information. What important information?" "If I tell you, you have to ask these people to let me go," Ben said carefully. Sulen glanced at him. "You have no room to bargain. If it's really important information, I can let you go this time. But if it's not, hee. I swear, it's definitely important information." Sulen waved at the 2 security guards and asked them to let go of Ben. "Speak." Ben moved his sore shoulders, and then said, "Sir, this is the information I just got from an adventurer. That adventurer had a small team of 5 people. Except for him, the rest were all left there." Sulen looked at him expressionlessly. Ben forced a smile and said, "When the guy came back, he had a mental breakdown. He said they encountered monsters in a canyon north of the city. There were a lot of monsters and they were fearless. Go find the survivor." Sulen frowned and said to one of the security guards. Soon, according to Ben's description, the security guards found the survivor in a tavern. However, the survivor was just as Ben said. He was mentally traumatized and almost went crazy. Monsters. So many monsters. Run, where is the canyon?" Sulen asked Ben, who was next to him. It's northeast of the city, in the Sierra de Lotus. I named it the Canyon of Despair. There's a map in that book," Ben said quickly. Sulen opened the book in his hand and found the description of the Canyon of Despair. There was a simple map at the bottom. The Canyon of Despair was marked with red paint, and the words, "Extremely dangerous," were written next to it. "Okay, if this information is correct, then you've done a good deed. Your sentence will be reduced to 1 month. You'll only have to clean the streets, not the toilets," Sulen said as he put away the book. Then, as Ben wailed, he signaled the security guards to take him away. Sulen then waved his hand again, and another security guard came forward to greet him. "Sir, what are your orders?" "Go and inform the people in the council hall to gather the basic information about Northern Battlefront City. Let the newcomers know more about Northern Battlefront City so that they won't be tricked." "Yes, sir." Chapter 318. The Adventurers Guild was not a unified guild. Most of them were formed by nobles. There were no large guilds in this world that could be found all over the continent. Whether it was nobles or churches, such guilds were not allowed to exist. For example, the Thieves' Guild and the Adventurers' Guild were basically formed by the local people. After checking some information, Sulen decided to go to the Canyon of Despair to have a look. According to the collected information, it was very likely that there were monsters in the Canyon of Despair. Monsters were different from magical beasts. They were a kind of mutated and distorted monster that had been contaminated by radiation. They had strong vitality and were very polluting. If they were given time, these monsters would evolve into evil creatures. It was said that the ancestors of these monsters were some ancient evil creatures. The wizard world did not have a conclusion about how these things came to be, but their danger level was on the same level as abominations and hatred. Ancient evil creatures were very difficult to kill. Their bodies were very strong and they were very polluting. Many times, when they couldn't kill these ancient evil creatures, they would choose to seal them. For example, the rune-sealing magic array of the sorcerers was specially prepared to deal with these ancient evil creatures. There were also many legendary monks in the monasteries, which also suppressed some ancient evil creatures. What Su Luan was worried about was whether the things that appeared in the Canyon of Despair were monsters. Many ancient ruins did not contain treasures. Some ancient ruins were used by the ancient arcanists to seal powerful creatures. Some evil creatures would gradually weaken under the seal of the arcanists and eventually die. There were also some monsters that had been sealed for a long time. Once the seal lost its effect, those monsters might break out of the seal. When that time came, these monsters that had been sealed for thousands of years would definitely make a big fuss. After putting on his cloak, Sulen whistled. The Pegasus quickly galloped over. Sulen jumped lightly and skillfully flipped over the Pegasus. Then, according to the mark on the map, he galloped toward the Canyon of Despair in the Sierra de Lotus. The Pegasus galloped in the air. In less than 2 hours, Sulen arrived near the Canyon of Despair. A piece of black land appeared in front of him. Everything in the Canyon of Despair, from the soil to the rocks, was black. At first glance, the entire canyon gave off a ghostly feeling. Su Luan frowned. This place didn't seem to be simply polluted. It was mixed with the aura of death. This is the stench of the undead, and it has been contaminated. Sulen grabbed a handful of black soil and squeezed it lightly. There's also the power of ice. What kind of monster is this? Sulen frowned. Evil creatures were difficult to deal with because of their ability to pollute. They could pollute almost all living things, which was why there were so many types of evil creatures. Su Luan snapped his fingers, and the ring on his hand flashed with a spiritual light, and an energy shield enveloped him silently. Little fellow, you go play by yourself first. I'll look for you when I'm done with my business. Sulen rubbed the Pegasus' mane. The Pegasus snorted and rubbed against Sulen's body. Then, it turned around and went into the forest. The Pegasus was the darling of nature. The trees and vines in the forest would automatically avoid it, and they could even help it hide. Seeing the Pegasus leave, Sulen turned around and walked towards the Canyon of Despair. As soon as he entered the canyon, he felt an elemental vibration. Someone is casting spells here. Sulen immediately reacted. Then, he saw that not far from the entrance of the canyon, a man dressed as a wizard was fighting with 2 strange-looking corpses. A fireball the size of a soccer ball flew out. One of the corpses was directly blown into pieces. The other corpse was also blown away. Before the corpse could stand up, the man dressed as a wizard quickly rushed up and chopped off the corpse's head with his long sword. Then, with a few more slashes, he skillfully dismembered the corpse. After the man dealt with the 2 corpses, he looked back at Sulen. Then, the wizard frowned and walked towards Sulen. Didn't anyone tell you that low-level wizards can't get close to this place? When you came out to explore the continent, didn't your teacher tell you? The middle-aged wizard seemed to treat Sulen as a low-level wizard. Indeed, if one only looked at the wizard's level, Sulen could only be considered a low-level wizard. The mana wave on his body couldn't lie unless he learned how to hide it. Sulan didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell the wizard that he wasn't a wizard, but a warrior. In the wild, not many people would take the initiative to reveal their trump card, let alone a stranger. So, he just smiled at the wizard and didn't answer. Alright, whatever. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. After seeing Sulan's reaction, the wizard was obviously dissatisfied. He didn't say anything else and turned around to walk into the canyon. Most wizards were more introverted. Only the wizards from the academy were relatively better. As for the wizards from the divination school, they were all like charlatans. In comparison, warlocks had much better communication skills than wizards. Perhaps it was because many warlocks were from noble families. Also, a warlock with a high innate charm could easily gain the favor of others. Sulan watched the wizard leave. This wizard's strength should be a high-grade wizard, very close to a rank 4 wizard. What surprised Sulan was that he should be a combat wizard. After all, although many wizards had learned close combat, there weren't many who were as proficient as this one. System. Scan the surrounding terrain. Create a 3-dimensional image. Following Sulan's command, an invisible light spread out from Sulan's body and swept across the canyon. Soon, a 3-dimensional image of the Canyon of Despair appeared in front of Sulan. Warning! Undead magic creatures are approaching. There are more than 20 of them. Unknowingly, a fog rose in the canyon. After Sulan entered the canyon, the fog became thicker and thicker. Now, it had affected his sense of direction. Ordinary people couldn't tell the direction at all. In the fog, there were some vague figures moving in the fog. From time to time, there were sounds that sounded like the howling of the wind and crying. Along with the surrounding fog, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Sulan swung his long sword and cut the thing in half. Looking at the monster on the ground, Sulan couldn't help but frown. This monster looked like a human corpse, but there were some twisted tentacles growing out of its body. There was also an ugly sarcoma on its head. Its body was as shriveled as a corpse. What kind of monster is this? Sulan frowned as he saw that the monster that had been cut in two wasn't dead. Its 2 arms and tentacles seemed to be trying to reattach its body. Sulan swung his sword and cut the corpse into pieces. The tentacles were also cut off, and he stomped on the ugly lump of flesh and exploded it. It really is a contaminated body. Dark brown blood flowed out, and a sizzling sound came from the ground. It sounded like acid corrosion. Haste. Enchanted weapon. Wizard armor. Sulan quickly cast a spell and buffed himself. He was now preparing to combine wizard spells with his fighting style. It was a bit similar to the fighting style of a combat wizard, but he was more like a warrior. Of course, this was also the idea of hiding his strength. In fact, many people had done this before. There was once a sword saint who was a wizard. He buffed himself with petrifying skin, haste, bear's tenacity, energy deflection field, and wizard armor. Then he raised his sword and slashed people. The sword saint's attack was already very strong, but their body's defense was not even as good as a wizard's. In the end, after buffing himself with so many buffs, this sword saint rushed into the crowd like a berserker. No, it was a sword storm. It was a massacre. Because sword saints gave up on defense and pursued the ultimate attack, their attack power could be said to be the highest among all the physical professions. They also mastered the eye of insight and weak point attack. Even the energy shield of an elite wizard could be broken in front of them. Once they had a chance to show off, it would be a nightmare. Therefore, on the battlefield, as long as the opponent was a sword saint, the first thing they would do was to focus fire on him. The death rate of sword saints was also the highest among all the professions. Of course, the number of enemies they killed was also much higher than other professions. Most sword saints died before reaching the legendary level, which was why legendary level sword saints were so rare. Most of the time, wizards looked down on warriors, but all wizards respected sword saints. Fireball. An orange fireball appeared in Sullen's palm, and he instantly flew forward. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The fireball exploded, and the corpse that was hit directly turned into pieces of charcoal. Even the other monsters around it were affected. Sulen dodged and dodged a black ray attack. Ray attacks were the fastest among all the spells, so they needed to be dodged in advance. After Sulen gained the ability to dodge, he could easily predict the attack. Sulen exerted force on his feet and jumped up in an instant. His long sword directly cut a monster in half, and a large amount of black blood gushed out. The blood of these monsters was very corrosive, just like strong acid. Luckily, Sulen had enchanted his weapon. Otherwise, he would have to change his weapon after a few battles. Other than these corpse monsters, Sulen also found a type of monster that had a sarcoma on its head that had turned into a giant eye. Compared to the monsters before, these monsters' bodies were no longer shriveled. They looked a lot stronger. Other than a mouth full of sharp teeth, there was also a giant eye on its face. It looked very disgusting. That eye also shot out a black ray. Chapter 319. In the era of the Arcane Kingdom, the ancient evils belonged to the most dangerous type of enemy. What was more dangerous than them were the abominations and the ancient abominations. The abominations were simply the children of the gods who died prematurely. The more powerful the life, the more difficult it was to have children. The children of the gods were born as gods, so it was more difficult to be born. The abominations were the children of the gods who died before they were born. There were also some abominations that were born from the corpses of the gods, but no matter which kind, they were very dangerous. Because they died prematurely, these abominations hated all life, and even hated the whole world. Every abomination had endless hatred. Although the abominations were not gods, they still had many godlike powers, which made all the abominations very powerful. As for the Archean abominations, these monsters lived in the same period as the ancient gods. In the knowledge of wizards, there was a special database for each Archean abomination. Of course, that database only recorded the Archean abominations that had been discovered. The most famous one was the abomination dragon. In the information of the Dragon of Hatred, there was a description, the abominations left over from the ancient times. They are the general name of a group of powerful creatures left over from the era ruled by the dragons. The Dragon of Hatred is the strongest among them. The oldest Dragon of Hatred can easily destroy everything, including the gods. Even other creatures of hatred are afraid of them. At present, the known dragons of hatred were the illusionary dragon of the color dragons, the Hui dragon of the metal dragons, the blue diamond dragon of the gem dragons, the stardust dragon of the spirit dragons, and the 38 pterosaur of the iguana dragons. In fact, the difference between the legendary dragons and the dragon of hatred was not big. The legendary dragons of the ancient dragon era were not weaker than the dragon of hatred, such as the time dragon of the ancient dragon era. In addition to the dragon of hatred, there were also centimanes, hydra, typhon, and so on. None of these monsters were easy to deal with. Since entering the era of the new gods, the abominations and the ancient abominations rarely appeared. Occasionally, some of the ancient abominations that appeared were sealed or exiled after paying a huge price. Sulen killed the last demonic eye monster that had surrounded him. He shook his sword lightly to get rid of the dark brown blood on it. These monsters were not very powerful. The only troublesome thing was that the demonic eyes that had grown to maturity could use energy rays to attack. It was a kind of ray filled with corrosive and death energy. Sulen guessed that these energy rays were likely to have the property of instant death. Instant death spells had a very disgusting ability, which was that they had a certain chance of directly killing the enemy. Among them, the most representative was the Angel of Death. This kind of monster that lived in the bottomless abyss was born with the ability to cast the gaze of death. In other words, it was the legendary ability to impregnate anyone it glared at. Of course, the instant death rate of this kind of spell was very low, about 1 in 1,000. Of course, if the level difference between the caster and the target was too big, the success rate would also increase. In addition, there were many factors such as divinity, the opponent's physique, and so on. The wizard's Finger of Death spell was said to be a spell that imitated the gaze of death. These demonic eye monsters in front of him had a similar disgusting ability. Although the probability was very low, when there were enough of them, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. If Sulen was unlucky and really bumped into them, he would not even be able to cry. Arcane Missile. Biu. A series of arcane missiles shot out, directly turning the demonic eye monster that dared to sneak attack into a sieve. Sulen piled the bodies of these monsters together, then took out a special die used to assist in the release of fireball, and directly ignited the bodies of these monsters. Although these monsters' bodies were already dead, they were still very polluting. The simplest way to deal with them was to burn them. After cleaning up these monsters, Sulen continued to move deeper into the canyon. Soon, he found a lot of human remains. These corpses were badly damaged, and there were many badly damaged swords and equipment scattered around. According to the information Sulen had obtained, these people had died at most a week ago. It was very likely that the surrounding fog had caused them to become like this. Damn it, why is there a monster here? Fortunately, I found it early. If I had waited for it to grow slowly, it might have become an evil creature, and then it would be even harder to clean up. Sulen pursed his lips. The most disgusting thing about monsters was their corruption, pollution, and rapid evolution. As long as there was enough flesh and blood, it wouldn't take long for an ordinary monster to transform into an evil creature. Of course, it was still very difficult for an evil creature to transform into an ancient evil creature, but it was still very fast compared to other creatures. It seems that I still need to send more people to investigate the surrounding area in the future. This time, I was lucky to find it. If I hadn't found it and given them enough time to grow, the losses would have been great. Sulen calculated in his heart. Bang! There was a loud noise. Sulen's figure flashed, and he ran toward the place where the sound came from. After passing through the mist, he immediately saw the figure of the magus from before. However, the magus seemed to be in a sorry state. There were a few corpses of demon-eyed corpses scattered on the ground. There were also 2 monsters that looked like mountains of flesh. There were more than 20 eyes of various sizes on the mountains of flesh. These monsters could make a person's sanity level drop by just looking at them. However, at this time, the 2 monsters had become a pile of mud, and the wizard's face had become a little pale. Obviously, this guy was not doing well. Sulen looked at him and said, "You're not in a good condition now. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible." The wizard did not answer. Instead, he took out a bottle of potion and raised his head to drink it. "Can you solve the problem here? You should have seen those monsters. They are monsters. If we don't get rid of them as soon as possible, they will grow into evil creatures, and we will be in big trouble." Sulen looked at the wizard with a little surprise. He never thought that as a selfish wizard, there would be someone who would sacrifice himself to save the world. "Don't look at me like that. The monsters in this canyon were originally sealed by the wizard school I belong to. Since the day the school was established, we have made an oath to seal this monster forever. Although thousands of years have passed, and the school I belong to has withered to this point, the responsibility on our shoulders does not allow us to retreat. For some people, an oath was more important than their lives. It was very sacred, and many oaths had magical powers. The most typical example was the monk. The commandments they followed were actually a kind of oath. This wizard in front of him had made an oath to seal the monsters in this canyon. Sulen put away his long sword and said slowly, "Can you still fight? Let's work together to clear out the monsters here." "You?" The wizard looked at Sulen suspiciously. Sulen did not mind. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Sulen, the Lord of the Northern Town." "You are the Lord of the Northern Town?" the wizard said with a surprised face. "Let's go." Sulen did not answer. He took the lead and walked into the canyon. "Oh, right. What's your name?" "Lorraine Anders." Su Luan chose to go with Lorraine not only because he wanted a helper, but more importantly, Lorraine knew about the monsters sealed in this canyon. She must know more about the situation here than Su Luan. With Lorraine's help, things would be easier. Su Luan originally thought that there was a monster here, but now it seemed that there was a big monster sealed in here. The monster was at most a small boss. The monster was sealed in the deepest part of the canyon. As they continued to move forward, they encountered more and more monsters. However, these monsters could not resist Su Luan at all. The lightning wrapped around Su Luan's weapon easily electrocuted all the monsters into ashes. Even the Flesh Mountain monster eyes were hit by Su Luan's lightning spear as soon as they appeared. In the deepest part of the canyon, there were many traces of corrosion on the ground. This was the sign that the sealed monster's power was corroding outwards. Screech! A sharp sound was heard. The energy barrier in front of Su Luan flickered a few times, and then with a bang, it shattered like glass. Su Luan felt a sharp pain in his brain. Soul Howl! At this moment, sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, trying to pierce through Su Luan. Su Luan suddenly felt a sense of danger. Although his brain was in pain, his body instinctively dodged, and he just happened to dodge the spikes. At the same time, he summoned a lightning spear and threw it at the ground. The ground shook, and then a large amount of black blood gushed out. "Be careful, this is a corrupted prowler." Su Luan's brain quickly recovered from the pain, and he did not stop. He quickly threw out a few lightning spears. Seeing that Su Luan was fine, Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The soul howl just now must have been caused by that evil creature. We made a mistake in our judgment. That monster has transformed into an evil creature." The main target of the soul howl just now was not him, but he was also affected. Su Luan was unharmed, but Lorraine's wizard robe was pierced, and his body was injured. "Evil creature? That's even better." Su Luan grinned, and then took out the purple dragon halberd. In the depths of the canyon was a huge crypt, filled with chaotic, corrupt energy. As soon as the two of them stepped into the cave, a large number of devil-eyed corpses and demonic eyes of flesh appeared before them. Next, they furiously attacked the two of them. Tens of negative energy beams shot out in an instant. Su Luan's face sank and he instantly stuck close to the wall to hide behind a protruding rock. Lorraine's reaction was just as fast. With a flash of light, Lorraine's figure disappeared from the prime material world, and entered a crack in the dimensional space. A large number of negative energy beams hit the rock, but it was a pity that the rock was not alive, and only some fragments fell off. Chapter 320. Su Luan didn't dare to take the risk of being killed by dozens of negative energy rays. He could only dodge for a while, but he soon came up with a solution. Roar! War roar! A loud sound came from Su Luan's mouth in an instant. This kind of sonic attack exploded in the narrow cave and its power was even stronger. The sound waves reverberated throughout the cave and the sound was deafening. A wave of sonic attack was like a tidal wave. The demon-eyed corpses and demon-eyed corpses that were originally gathered together were cut down in rows by this sonic attack as if they were grass. If one looked closely, they would see a large amount of black blood spurting out from the eyes, mouth, and ears of these monsters. In fact, their brains had been shattered into paste by the sound wave attack just now. A wave of clearing. Su Luan was relieved. He felt a little uncomfortable from the wave of attack just now. After all, sound waves couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. "Did you do this?" Lorraine came out of the dimensional crevice and looked at Su Luan in shock. Not far away, there were hundreds of monster corpses lying on the ground in disarray. Who else could it be other than me? Su Luan glared at this guy. He wasn't very powerful, but his ability to escape was top-notch. That spell just now, even if there was a nuclear explosion here, it wouldn't affect him at all. Of course, this kind of spell had a counter, such as Spacetime Shield and Dimensional Anchor, which were specially designed to deal with this kind of escape spell. Lorraine pretended not to see and pointed at the depths of the cave. Let's go. Let's quickly get rid of the thing inside and then seal it. If we delay too long, that monster will break out of the seal and we'll all be in trouble. A large number of strange sarcomas appeared on the ground in front of them. These sarcomas looked like hearts, beating very rhythmically. There was also a slippery carpet on the ground around them, which looked very disgusting. Seeing this, Lorraine said with a serious expression, "This is an evil creature hatching monsters." Chain of fireballs. Bursting flames. Lorraine waved the staff in his hand, and in the next second, a dazzling light appeared. Fireballs flew past one after another, and a dull explosion sounded. Scorching flames rose up, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The carpet on the ground quickly withered and died. The sarcomas were burned into charcoal by the flames, and there were traces of melting on the ground. Be careful. Do you want to be buried alive? Sulen said as he patted the falling stones. Using an explosive spell like fireball in this kind of underground environment was a test of the cave's structure. If they weren't careful, the cave wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. At that time, the two of them would be buried alive. It's too late. That evil creature is mass-producing monsters. We don't have time to waste, Lorraine said anxiously. Let me know the next time you cast a spell, so I can dodge it first. Sulen glanced at him, and quickly rushed through the cave where the ground was still hot. A thick smell of blood came from the cave, and a huge blood pool appeared in front of them. It was about the size of a basketball court, filled with a viscous liquid that looked like fresh blood. In the middle of the blood pool, a huge meatball with a diameter of 3 meters was beating rhythmically. Tentacles like blood vessels went deep into the blood pool, transferring all kinds of energy to the meatball. Purple veins bulged on the meatball, and in the middle of the meatball, a humanoid creature was rapidly growing. This was an evil creature that was evolving. This kind of evil creature would create all kinds of monsters, and then use these monsters to collect all kinds of nutrients for itself. Finally, after receiving a lot of nutrients, the evil creature would continue to evolve into an ancient evil creature. Of course, the evil creature in front of them wasn't evolving into an ancient evil creature. There weren't enough animals and humans around for it to devour. If it wanted to evolve from an evil creature to an ancient evil creature, it would need at least a few 100,000 people. There weren't enough animals around the Sierra de Lotus for it to evolve. The evil creature in front of them sensed danger and changed from its incubation state to its combat state. However, it changed a little too late, and the two just happened to bump into it. Lightning Spear. Sulen reached out his hand, and dazzling lightning appeared in his hand. A spear made completely of lightning energy appeared in his hand. Compared to the lightning spear before, Sulen's was more powerful this time. A huge amount of lightning energy was compressed into the spear. The spear emitted a violent aura, as if it was going to explode in the next second. Even the meatball in the middle of the blood pool sensed danger. A large amount of energy was quickly extracted from the blood pool, and the meatball shook even more violently. Go! The lightning spear turned into a ray of light, and instantly hit the meatball in the middle of the blood pool. Boom! Dazzling lightning instantly exploded, and the entire blood pool was shrouded in lightning energy. The flesh and blood turned into charcoal in an instant, and a large amount of blood evaporated. The original meatball exploded under this attack. However, such a serious attack didn't kill the transforming evil creature. After the meatball exploded, the half-transformed evil creature gave up on its perfect state, and ended its evolution prematurely. The lightning energy wreaked havoc on its body, and the evil creature's body was charred black. However, the charred areas were quickly covered by new flesh and blood, and the evil creature's injuries began to recover quickly. What tenacious vitality! Seeing this, Sulen flipped his hand, and the purple dragon halberd appeared. In the next second, his body was shrouded in dazzling lightning, and countless lightning energy appeared around him. Sulen was like the god of thunder, and directly rushed toward the evil creature. The flesh and blood around the evil creature was quickly withering, and its body was quickly recovering. Sulen's body was like lightning, and he instantly passed through the blood pool. The purple dragon halberd stabbed out with endless lightning. Puff! A dull sound was heard, as if a balloon had been pierced. The purple dragon halberd and the crescent halberd next to it stabbed into the evil creature's body. A large amount of lightning energy instantly poured into the evil creature's body. After a short moment of silence, there was an explosion. The whole body of the evil creature burst open in an instant. A large amount of purple-black liquid burst out in all directions, and the surrounding flesh and blood quickly withered at this moment. With a flash of lightning, Suluen's figure appeared on the edge of the blood pool. His body was surrounded by lightning, and all the flesh and blood near him were electrocuted into a mass of charcoal. In Sulen's hand, there was a huge head, and in the middle of the head was a terrifying eyeball. It was the evil creature's head, and its body had been completely turned into nothingness by Sulen's attack. Soul extraction. Soul-sucking technique. After seeing the evil creature, Lorraine's staff shot out a purple light. Ah! A mournful scream was heard, and the sound seemed to be able to penetrate the soul. In reality, this was an illusion. The evil creature was already in a soul state, so it couldn't make a sound. However, this evil creature's soul was very powerful, and it had reached a level where it could interfere with reality. The evil creature's soul was pulled out without any resistance. It was a huge mountain of flesh, and its body was covered with tentacles and eyes. Looking at it made one's scalp tingle. A large amount of souls rushed out of the mountain of flesh, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain of flesh shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a strange ball of flesh with a dense evil aura appeared in front of them, and in the next second, it was sealed in a gem by a ray of light. The souls that regained their freedom instantly woke up. They calmly said something to the two of them, and then under the guidance of a strange force, they turned into countless fluorescent lights and disappeared. Ding ding dang dang. A messy sound was heard, and gray soul crystals fell to the ground. Although they couldn't hear the voices of the souls, from the shape of their mouths, it seemed like they were saying thank you. These souls were lucky. They hadn't been digested by the evil creature yet. If Sulen came a few days later, these souls would have been digested by the evil creature. Sulen looked around and saw about a dozen gray soul crystals on the ground. This level of soul crystal could be used in many experiments. It was a good material. Here you go, these are your spoils of war. A gem was thrown over. Sulen raised his hand and caught it. He opened his hand and saw that it was the gem that imprisoned the evil creature's soul. It's a pity that it's not a legendary rank, but it's still a top-quality soul crystal. Sulen nodded at him and played with it for a while. Then he put it away. Oh right, you rest first. I'll repair the seal here. He didn't even need to do anything in the battle just now. Sulen had taken care of the evil creature. This evil creature was very difficult to deal with for wizards below the legendary rank. It had powerful recovery abilities and many attacks. It would take a long time to kill it. However, Sulen could kill it in one round. Lorraine was shocked by Sulen's power. Soon, he found the seal rune circle in the cave. At this point, many of the runes on the circle were damaged. Many places were corroded by the corrosive energy, and a powerful polluting energy kept leaking out. On the rune circle, a pale golden light was fighting against the corrosive energy. It was because of this energy that the polluting evil energy didn't continue to expand. This energy was absorbed by the fungus and transferred to the evil creature. It was because of this that the evil creature was able to transform into an evil creature so quickly. Lorraine took out some silver metal and summoned a flame to melt it. He then added some other materials. Finally, a silver liquid with a strange glow began to flow down the rune circle. The damaged area was quickly repaired. The corroded area once again flashed with a golden spirit light. The golden spirit light quickly expanded, completely dispelling and suppressing the corrosive energy in the surroundings. Done. Where are you going next? You still haven't decided? Do you want to come to North Town City? I'm going to build, sure. Chapter 321. Seeing that Lorraine agreed, Su Luan felt that things seemed to be going too smoothly. What? Are you surprised that I agreed so easily? Lorraine laughed. Indeed, Su Luan said. Lorraine shrugged and said helplessly, Sir, wizards also need to eat. The materials to strengthen the seal cost about 300,000 kinnar. I'm broke now. Another wizard who doesn't know how to manage money. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a hero. Lorraine Anders, loyalty, 78 profession, wizard alchemist rank, high-grade wizard strength, 12 agility, 10 will, 26 vitality, 17 charm, 15 characteristics, talent elemental affinity, strength and will, spellcasting exemption, focus, calm, talent for magic, lightning reflex skills, magic trick, mage hand, illuminate, hypnosis, charm person, arcane missile, grease, shield, featherfall, web, burning hand, acid arrow, invisibility, scorching ray, protective arrow, bull's strength, cat's grace, bear's endurance, chain lightning, rune craft abilities, proficient spellcasting, silent spellcasting, magic penetration, talent for magic, spell proficiency, spell enhancement, battle spellcasting weapon proficiency, sword weapon 80, staff technique 103 employment salary, 20,000 kinnar per month. He looked at Lorraine's attributes. She was a grade 3 wizard. Her attributes weren't outstanding, but they weren't bad either. However, wizards were a rare profession, so 20,000 kinnar per month wasn't cheap. The battle is over. You have successfully killed the evil creature, Magic Eye Aberration. You have won a glorious victory. You have completed the random mission, Broken Seal. You have successfully avoided a city destruction. You have received a buff, Blessing of the God of Craftsmen. You have received a golden chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil creature, Magic Eye Aberration. You have received 11,200 EXP. You have received a golden chest. You have received Flesh Essence X2. Blessing of the Smith God, special buff. Increases the construction speed of the city after use. Buildings have a chance to acquire better attributes. Effect lasts for 1 month. Construction speed increased by 200%. After seeing the attributes of this buff, Su Luan immediately decided to use it on the Northern Fortress City. 1 month was enough for the Northern Fortress City to finish building the city wall. Even the main structure of the Wizard Tower was almost done. However, when Su Luan chose to use it, the system notified him that he needed to return to Northern Town to use it. Flesh Essence, the power extracted from the life and flesh of the demonic eye aberration. Using it can speed up regeneration and increase lifespan. However, because it is made of evil, it will increase the chances of bloodline aberration and cause slight contamination to the body. It can be reused. Note, reusing it will double the chances of bloodline aberration and contamination. Increases lifespan by 10 to 15 years. Permanent +3 recovery speed after use. Chance to obtain regeneration talent. Chance of bloodline mutation increased by 3%. Pollution +1, the flesh essence looked like 2 red gems. It contained a powerful life force. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary item. After looking at the attributes of the flesh essence, Su Luan was a little hesitant. This thing could increase lifespan, but the side effects were also very strong. 3% chance of mutation and contamination. He didn't want to become as ugly as the aberrations he killed. Bloodline mutation was irreversible. However, he could ask Hathaway to try and see if it could be made into a potion to reduce or eliminate the side effects. In fact, the best thing to increase lifespan was the Fountain of Life. It had no side effects and increased lifespan by a lot. It also had other benefits. Unfortunately, Sulen couldn't even find the fountain of youth, let alone the fountain of life. However, even with this disadvantage, the flesh essence was still a very rare treasure. As long as he was willing to sell it, many people would be willing to take the risk of becoming a flesh aberration to use it. In addition to these things, Sulen also obtained 2 gold chests, some low-level soul crystals, and a high-level soul crystal. Sulen opened the storage space and opened the 2 gold chests. With a flash of inspiration, a system prompt sounded in Su Luan's ears. Congratulations, you have opened a gold chest. You have received 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have opened a gold chest. You have received a treasure, Moon Dew. Moon Dew, dew condensed from absorbing moonlight energy. It has a magical effect. It can purify the energy in the body and slightly increase elemental affinity. The moon dew was stored in a palm-sized crystal bottle. Through the crystal bottle, one could clearly see the silver-white liquid shining with moonlight. There was about 50 milliliters inside. After opening the chests, Sulen and Lorraine checked the surroundings. After making sure there were no more survivors, they burned all the corpses and used mud to rock to seal the cave. Only then did they walk out of the canyon. At this time, the fog in the canyon had dispersed. However, the black rocks and the ground didn't change at all. Sulen didn't change much either. He could only wait for nature to slowly adjust itself. Other than the druids, only the priests of the goddess of nature could deal with this kind of pollution. However, it would still take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, there were some places that were so polluted that even the druids and priests couldn't evolve. On the way back, Sulen didn't let the Pegasus fly. After all, Lorraine's flying spell was too slow and he didn't have any magic items that could help him fly. He couldn't keep up with the Pegasus' speed at all. Sulen didn't have a special hobby of sleeping with men. Naturally, he wouldn't bring him along. Therefore, they could only walk slowly. Luckily, Lorraine could summon a mount. Although it wasn't as fast as the Pegasus, it was still much faster than a normal horse. After the end of the Orc War, the northern city became more and more prosperous. There was an endless stream of caravans at the city gate every day. A melodious camel bell rang. A caravan from the Desert Kingdom was entering the city. The northern city didn't collect entrance taxes now. However, the caravans that came to trade had to pay taxes in the market before they could trade. Of course, they also had to pay taxes when they bought the goods. This way, they actually collected taxes twice. Even so, there were still many caravans that came to trade. After all, the other lords collected more taxes. Also, there were many good things that couldn't be found anywhere else in Sulen. The Desert Kingdom was rich in all kinds of preserved and dried fruits, such as dates, walnuts, raisins, and all kinds of enchanting female slaves. The female slaves of the Desert Kingdom were very popular in kingdoms such as Florence. Many taverns would buy a few on purpose. Sulen's eyes wandered around the graceful bodies of the female slaves. Then, he looked away reluctantly. He planned to buy a group of dancers in the Lord's castle. The dancers of the Desert Kingdom were very good at belly dancing. Lorraine was astonished by the prosperity of the city after he entered the city. He did not expect such a prosperous city to exist in the northern wasteland. What surprised him even more was that there were several magic buildings in the city. Wasn't it a little too exaggerated? There was also the wizard tower that was under construction. Was this a wizard tower? That was the extent of the floating space tower. When he saw that the wizard tower was still under construction, Lorraine was already thinking about what to do after he took control of the wizard tower. However, before he could think of a name for the wizard tower, he looked up and saw a few female spellcasters walking towards him. What surprised him even more was that these spellcasters had a higher level than him. My name is Lorraine. I'm an advanced wizard of the North Wind sect. It's a sect, but in fact, I'm the only wizard left in this generation. Originally, I thought I would die in the fight against the evil, but a legendary strongman came to help me complete the seal and invited me. I agreed. What I didn't expect was that I would become the chief wizard of the northern city. In the end, I became an ordinary wizard in the northern city. The whole wizard team had one chief wizard, 3 team leaders, and 1 ordinary member. Su Len didn't care about Lorraine's self-pity. He directly threw him into the laboratory to train the apprentices. Then, he took Hathaway to another laboratory. This time I got something special. See if you can use it. What is it? Hathaway's eyes lit up. She stared straight at Su Len. She knew very well that Su Len often had some precious magic materials in his hands. Su Len took out 2 pieces of flesh essence from the storage space. That's it. Take a look first. Hathaway looked at the 2 pieces of ruby-like flesh essence in surprise. What a rich life force. This is a strange thing that can increase one's lifespan. However, there's also a dark force entangled in it. The side effects should be severe if you use it directly. Yes, this is flesh essence. It's obtained from killing the magic eye aberration. It can increase one's lifespan by 10 to 15 years. However, there's a chance that it will cause the flesh to be aberrated, and this kind of thing is contaminated. See if you can make it into a potion to remove the side effects. If you can't remove it, then try to minimize the side effects as much as possible. Hathaway picked up the flesh essence. A light flashed on her finger. After a while, she slowly exhaled. The dark force isn't too serious. I'll give it a try. Oh, right. There's also this. Su Len handed Moondew to Hathaway. This is Moondew. Yes. Great. Hathaway took the crystal bottle and said, if I only had a 30% chance of success before, now I have at least a 70% chance. Moondew has such a great effect. Moondew is said to be a gift from the Silver Moon Lady. It's a rare material specially used to purify the dark force. Hathaway shook the crystal bottle and said, the Silver Moon Lady and the Dark Lady are sworn enemies. The power of the Silver Moon can purify the dark force. Chapter 322. Hathaway closed the lab after she got the flesh essence and Moondew. It was very difficult to make such high-level magic potions. She needed a better environment. The construction of the northern battlefront city was still going on. During this time, there were some refugees who came here with the caravans to look for opportunities. The population of the northern battlefront city had been slowly increasing. Since the army often went out for training and captured many monsters as slaves, the labor shortage in the northern battlefront city was slightly filled. After arriving at the northern battlefront city, Su Len inspected the various construction sites. The fastest progress was the 3rd phase of the northern battlefront city. The residential area and the city wall were mostly completed. The wizard tower was also built to the 2nd floor. It would take some time to complete it. If the city and the city wall were completed, the wizard tower would be built much faster. As for the mathematical Olympiad garden, the materials were almost ready. Moreover, he had captured many slaves during this time. He still had a lot of manpower. As long as he wanted to, he could start immediately. After inspecting all the construction sites, Su Len opened the system panel and chose to use the Blessing of the Craftsman God buff. An invisible light flashed from Sullen's body. Then, a strange energy swept across the entire northern battlefront city. Outside the northern battlefront city, in the Wisdom Temple, the Wisdom Priest was praying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange energy spreading out from the center of the city. It quickly enveloped the entire city. This energy is God's power. A deity has blessed this city. Wei Na looked at the sky in shock. At the same time, the priests of the other churches also felt the same way. At this moment, these priests were all wondering which god had sent a miracle. It seems like we have to change our attitude toward that Lord. Wei Na thought to herself when she felt the god's power in the sky. A lord with a god as his backer also had great power. It was completely different from a normal lord. Su Len didn't know that his blessing of the craftsman god, buff, had caused the churches to misunderstand that he had a god behind him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't clarify it. Sometimes, hiding things like this would make the other party believe him more. With the use of blessing of the craftsman god, the construction speed of the various construction sites in northern town city began to increase. The efficiency had increased by a few times. None of the workers were lazy anymore. All kinds of construction were completed quickly under the guidance of the craftsmen. The work that would have originally taken 3 months could now be completed in 1 month. The fastest progress was the city wall and the residential area in the market. According to the original schedule, it could be completed in a month. Now it seemed that the city wall and the residential area would be completed in 10 days at most. In northern Battlefront City, the city walls and residential buildings took up almost half of the manpower. If these people were freed up, the construction of other buildings in northern Battlefront City would progress even faster. At the same time, the Arcane Garden was also under construction. The Arcane Garden was built using a lot of stones. There were all kinds of fountains, flower beds, and statues in the garden. Su Len had transferred a lot of master sculptors to work on the garden. At the same time, he also drew water from the underground veins to form the fountains. While the construction of the Arcane Garden was going on, the third phase of the northern citadel was finally completed. Sturdy city wall. This is a sturdy city wall. It has high resistance to all kinds of attacks. Despair when faced with a city wall like this. Sturdy plus 40, defense bonus plus 38, attack range plus 35, impregnable plus 37, tall and majestic plus 36, stability plus 38, comfortable residential house. Clean and tidy houses make people happy and can provide a sense of belonging to the people. Comfort plus 21, indestructible plus 26, tidy plus 24, people's allegiance plus 25, peaceful living plus 25, population growth plus 20, security plus 23. Su Len was very satisfied with the attributes of the city wall and residential buildings. After the construction was completed, a lot of manpower was released. Su Len assigned half of them to the construction of the Wizard Tower, and the other half to the construction site of the Arcane Garden. The Arcane Garden required a lot of stones to be built. According to the blueprint of the Arcane Garden, this building was supposed to be 30 meters above the ground. There were all kinds of canals on top of it to transport water from the fountain to various places. Su Len planned to place the Fountain of Vitality at the very top of the Arcane Garden. It had not been built yet. All kinds of materials were quickly transported over from the northern citadel. The foundation of the garden was completed in just a few days. Apart from the foundation, the Arcane Garden also needed to bury many energy channels. Fortunately, the crystals on the crystal beasts in the Arcane Garden had matured. These magic crystals would all be used to create energy channels. At the same time, a large runic array was also being constructed. Apart from Hathaway, the other adepts came to the Arcane Garden to help with the construction. Fortunately, the Arcane Garden's runic array was not very difficult to construct. The most important part of this runic array was the Elementium core. After the runic array was completed, the Arcane Garden began to build all kinds of platforms and stairs. This step required a lot of stone. It was also the most arduous part of the entire project. After all, the development of civilization in this world was still in the middle world. Piling up large amounts of stone could only be done with crude tools and manpower. Fortunately, there were a dozen large hunchbacked beasts in the northern citadel. These hunchbacked beasts were very suitable for moving large amounts of stone. The construction of the Arcane Garden went very smoothly because all the materials had been prepared beforehand. Su Len could finally breathe a sigh of relief during this period of time. The Arcane Garden's construction time was tight. Su Len planned to complete it in a month. In truth, if it weren't for the spellcasters and the blessing of the God of Crafts, buff, it would take at least half a year to construct such a magnificent structure, even with 30 to 40,000 people working on it. Currently, there were already more than 50,000 workers in the arcane garden. For some reason, the temples in the northern citadel had also expressed their willingness to provide some manpower to help with the construction. The 7 temples had each provided 2 spellcasters and 100 craftsmen. With the addition of these people, the construction of the arcane garden sped up again. Other than the arcane garden, the construction of the wizard tower also sped up. Hathaway had made 2 gargoyles and golems. During this period of time, more than 30,000 workers and even more monster slaves were working on various construction projects. The main body of the wizard tower was not difficult to construct. Most of the time, it was difficult to transport materials. After all, in this era, it was not easy to transport materials up to a tower that was dozens of meters tall. In order to speed up the construction of the wizard tower, Su Luan temporarily suspended the repair work of the secret realm. He called the harpies from the secret realm to come to the wizard tower to help. The construction of the wizard tower was very boring. It didn't need to carve the rocks and consider all kinds of art styles like the arcane garden. The wizard tower was like building blocks. It was slowly stacked in a fixed shape. The wizard tower required a large amount of obsidian. This work required a lot of obsidian. This work required stone to mud to fuse the materials that originally did not want to be fused together. Next, stone to mud would be used to turn the soft materials into hard stones. Then, it was necessary to cast hardening to make these materials as hard as steel. In fact, Sullen's original plan was to build the entire wizard tower with obsidian. The problem was that there was a limited amount of obsidian in the northern citadel. Su Len could only settle for the next best thing. Only a part of the obsidian was used as a material. At the same time, many areas were just ordinary rocks. Su Len planned to wait until he had money in the future to replace these rocks with obsidian. The main material of the wizard tower at the floating space tower level was obsidian. Then, the wizards would cast hardening on the obsidian. The defense of the wizard tower built in this way would reach a very high level. The wizard tower in the northern citadel did not cast hardening for the time being. He planned to cast hardening on the entire wizard tower after the main body was built. Although the casting requirements of hardening were not too high, such a wizard tower would need to be cast at least thousands of times to complete. In the next 10 days, Su Len began to cast stone to mud and stone to mud. He cast at least dozens of spells a day. Every time his energy was exhausted, he would take a magic potion to recover. The recovery of the magic potion was limited, and there was resistance to the magic potion. Every time he took it, the effect of the magic potion would be reduced. The resistance would only gradually disappear after 24 hours. Many times, Su Len could only rely on meditation to recover his magic after his magic was exhausted. The frequent use of spells made Su Len realize that the time he took to cast spells was shorter, and he was getting more and more proficient in casting spells. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have cast a lot of spells, and after in-depth study and research, you have finally mastered the talent of instant casting. Currently, the spells that can be used for instant casting are Stone to Mud and Stone to Mud. Just after Su Len cast Stone to Mud again, the system prompt sounded in his ears, reminding him that he had acquired the talent of instant casting. The difficulty of instant casting was very high, and Su Len had only mastered 2 of the spells. If he wanted to learn other spells and achieve instant casting, he would need to train for a long time. I'm so tired. It almost killed me. Those wizard apprentices must finish their studies as soon as possible. And I need to recruit more spellcasters. It's too difficult to build a wizard academy with so few people. Su Len was lying on the sofa in the Lord's castle, looking exhausted. Ankara and Annie were giving him a full-body massage. Ankara and Annie had also mastered some low-level spells. Combined with grease and various massage techniques, it was absolutely wonderful. Chapter 323. The construction of the arcane garden progressed quickly. Tens of thousands of people were busy but not in a mess. Under the effect of the blessing of the god of crafts, Buff, the workers, slaves, and the management system of the entire northern town seemed to have become more efficient. The tens of thousands of refugees and monster slaves on the construction site were like a colony of ants. All the work was carried out in an orderly manner. Although the effect of the blessing of the god of crafts was extraordinary, it was not perfect. For example, the consumption of food had increased by 5 times. However, it was still a good deal to trade food for efficiency. The main construction of the arcane garden was almost completed. Su Len came to the platform at the top of the arcane garden. From this position, he could see the entire arcane garden. The arcane garden looked like a hexagram. In the middle of the garden was a high platform, which was lowered level by level. The 6 corners of the garden were also 6 slightly lower platforms. There were also domes and fountains on these platforms. Although it was not completed yet, the whole building was elegant and mysterious. The entire arcane garden was connected by a large number of canals. These canals continuously transported water from the fountain to various parts of the terrace. The terrace of the garden was built in a 3-dimensional manner. Solid rocks and stone pillars were stacked up layer by layer. Each layer was supported by a marble pillar. Every layer was built with palaces and lofts. Looking from the bottom of the arcane garden, the entire garden extended to the sky. A large number of plants and statues were planted in the garden. When the plants and statues were completed, the palace and attic here would be surrounded by trees and flowers. The whole garden was a perfect combination of nature and art. It was magnificent. Each layer was connected by stone passages. These passages were built with domes and arches. There were various animal reliefs on the doors and pillars. There were even artificial waterfalls in some places. There were many exquisitely carved animal heads in the channels. The water on the upper layer would flow through these animal heads. Below the water flow, there was a beautifully shaped flower bed. There were a total of 6 exits in the garden, each 12 meters tall and 8 meters wide. Exquisite patterns were carved on the doorposts, and there were statues of arcane creatures on both sides of the gate, such as Pegasi, griffins, angels, and so on. The ground was decorated with colorful bricks that were arranged into geometric patterns. To prevent water seepage, Su Len had set up protective circles between each layer. As long as these circles were not destroyed, the layer would not be damaged. Therefore, special soil was needed to be piled on top of the layer. At the same time, some energy pipes had to be installed here. Many magic plants needed sufficient energy to grow. Su Len came to the highest platform in the center of the arcane garden. The basic construction here was almost complete. The flower beds, fountains, and domed corridors were all completed. However, the various flowers and plants were not yet planted. There were also some places where the carvings were not completed. All of this needed to be done by the workers in a while. He was now preparing to place the mouth of the fountain of vitality here. Taking out the spring of vitality from his storage bar, he found that it was still stored in a crystal ball, and the mouth of the crystal ball was constantly spewing out spring water. Su Len snapped his fingers and went to the location that he had checked before. He then chose to use it. Are you sure you want to use the fountain of vitality here? Note, once used, the fountain of vitality cannot be moved. Use. With Sullen's confirmation, a light flashed, and the crystal ball flew from Sullen's hand. In the next second, the outer shell of the crystal ball quickly melted, and the mouth of the fountain of vitality that was wrapped in it slowly floated to the ground. The moment it floated to the ground, it directly merged with the earth. Sullen's spiritual sense clearly sensed that there was a water vein that contained a strange energy extending into the earth. In the blink of an eye, it extended to an unknown place. At the same time, a trickle of water began to flow out from the mouth of the fountain of vitality. Soon, more and more spring water gushed out, and a layer of water gathered in the marble pool. Ding! Installation of the fountain of vitality successful. The Fountain of Vitality can produce 30 liters of Fountain of Vitality per day. After hearing the system's prompt, Su Len nodded with satisfaction. 30 liters of Fountain of Vitality sounded like a lot, but in fact, it was equivalent to less than 2 barrels of water in his previous life. However, it should be enough to make potions. Activating the protective circle of the Fountain of Vitality, an invisible energy barrier instantly appeared, enveloping the entire spring water and the pool, and then disappeared. After installing the Fountain of Vitality, Su Len began to use the underground spring to create other fountains. Unlike the Fountain of Vitality, the purpose of these fountains was to irrigate and beautify. Half squatting on the ground, Su Len stretched out his hand and pressed on the bottom of the marble pool. A wave of energy instantly ignited from his hand, and in the next second, a strong stream of water gushed out from the ground. The clear stream of water rushed into the sky, and then exploded into countless water droplets. For a moment, the sky was filled with mist, and a rainbow appeared above the fountain. Then, Su Len began to summon fountains in the arcane garden. In addition to the Fountain of Vitality, there were more than 100 fountains of various sizes in the arcane garden. Su Len spent 2 days to finally guide all the fountains out. At the same time, the construction of the arcane garden was coming to an end. The basic building was all completed, and only some carvings were not completed. These parts needed time to be carefully sculpted, and the arcane garden was also preparing to plant magical plants. Now, there was not a single magical plant in the arcane garden. Su Len came to the center of the arcane garden. This was an inconspicuous palace. In the palace, there was a runic circle, and the runic circle exuded a mysterious aura. At this time, Su Len was standing in the center of the runic circle, and there was a fist-sized gap. He took out the legendary earth elemental stone from his storage space, and a wave of energy flowed from his hand into it. The entire stone emitted an earthy yellow light, and a heavy aura like the earth spread out. Then, the stone gently flew up, and then slowly spun a few times in the air, and then quickly fell. With a soft pop, it was perfectly embedded in the runic circle. As the stone fell, the entire runic circle was instantly activated, and a surge of elemental energy gushed out from the earth. The energy of the earth veins gathered, and the entire runic circle emitted a dazzling brilliance. A huge amount of elemental energy flowed through the energy channel that had been created long ago, and the entire arcane garden lit up little by little. In just a few breaths, the entire arcane garden was lit up. Soon, the huge arcane garden was shrouded in a mysterious aura, and then the elemental energy quickly expanded, enveloping the entire city, and then disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the arcane garden has been completed. Arcane garden, sky garden. This is a beautiful garden that is exquisitely made, filled with a mysterious aura and power. With this garden, the chances of a spellcaster hero being recruited will be increased to 1% within 30 miles of the city. At the same time, all magical plants will have a +4 production rate, and all spellcasters in the same faction will have a 200% mana recovery rate within the city. Elemental land +35, arcane aura +35, indestructible +37, delicacy +35, rapid growth +33, mana pool +20, ding. Congratulations to the host. Due to the influence of the arcane garden, the elemental energy around the Spring of Vitality is abundant, and the production rate of the Spring of Vitality has increased by 20 liters. What a good thing. Su Len was a little surprised when he heard the system notification. With the help of the arcane garden, the Spring of Vitality could produce 50 liters of spring water every day. The other attributes of the arcane garden were also very good, especially the one that Su Len cared about the most. It could increase the chances of a newborn becoming a wizard after birth. In other places, the chances of a newborn becoming a wizard were between 1 in 3,000 to 1 in 1,000, but here in the northern town, it had increased by 10 times. In a few years, there would be a lot of children with wizard potential in the northern town. These children would be the apprentices of Sullen's building Wizard Academy. The strange phenomenon of the arcane garden naturally attracted the attention of several churches. After seeing the beautiful arcane garden, they were also secretly surprised. They could clearly feel the huge elemental energy around this beautiful and magnificent building, but they all tacitly agreed not to peek. Su Luan had proved his strength, and there was a god behind him. They didn't want to cause Su Luan to dislike their church because of these things and make enemies out of nothing. They also felt that after the arcane garden was built, the elemental energy around it had become a lot denser, which was a good thing. After the arcane garden was built, Su Len began to arrange for people to plant all kinds of magic plants. At the same time, he also announced that he would be buying magic plants at a high price in the Adventurers Union. Although there were many magic plants in the arcane garden, there weren't many types. Su Len could easily get a lot of them by spending some money. Su Len planned to give some of the production of the arcane garden to the Northern Town spellcasting team as a benefit. Su Len planned to give each spellcaster an area, and the harvest of this area would belong to the spellcasters. As for how they would grow it, that was their own business. The plants in the arcane garden grew much faster than in other places. It was almost the same as the planting area in the arcane garden, but the land in the arcane garden was limited. It was far smaller than the arcane garden in the arcane garden. However, other than planting, the arcane garden could increase the spellcaster's mana recovery speed by a few times. It could also increase the chances of summoning a spellcaster hero. If Su Len wanted to build a wizard academy, it would be too slow if he only relied on Hathaway and the others. Chapter 324. After the main body of the arcane garden was built, the rest of the work was to carve some statues, repair the roads, and other trivial tasks. These tasks did not require too much manpower. Su Len left some people to continue the work, and the rest of the workers were assigned to the wizard tower. The rest of the workers were to build the infrastructure of the outer city. The main body of the wizard tower was also nearing completion. As for the various facilities inside the wizard tower, they could only be built slowly in the future. After all, ordinary people could not participate in these things. Su Len checked the progress of the construction and made sure that the construction could be completed before the buff of the Blessing of the Craftsman God ended. Hathaway sent a message that the 2 pieces of flesh essence he gave her had been made into potions. Su Len was ready to go and take a look. When he came to the lab, the new teacher, Lorraine, was teaching the apprentices. Su Len did not disturb the class and went to Hathaway's lab from the side aisle. "This is the potion you made?" Su Len said as he held a crystal bottle. The crystal bottle was filled with red liquid. As the crystal bottle shook, the liquid inside kept flashing. "The potion in your hand is actually a defective product," Hathaway said as she took off a pair of special glasses. "Defective product? What do you mean?" Su Len asked curiously. Hathaway moved her shoulders, and the loose wizard robe in front of her chest was pushed up. "That's the first time I made a potion. The side effects of the flesh essence were not completely removed. Look, the color of the potion is still dark red. I used identification. This potion can increase one's lifespan by 10 years, but the side effect is a certain chance of mutating into an aberration. It's just that the contamination has been removed." Su Len put down the crystal bottle. "Have you made any successful potions?" Hathaway flipped her hair, and Sullen's heart skipped a beat. "Of course, and I made 3 bottles." Hathaway said as she handed the 3 crystal bottles to Su Len. Compared to the crystal bottle just now, the liquid in the 3 crystal bottles was light blue. The liquid shone like the stars in the moon. "This is the potion that completely removes the side effects." Su Len was a little surprised. "That's right. However, because the power of darkness in the flesh essence was deeply entangled, even the lifespan increase in the flesh essence decreased slightly after it was completely removed. Therefore, the lifespan increase of these potions was not as much as the previous one. 1 bottle can increase one's lifespan by 7 years." Su Len smiled. "That's already very good." He then picked up the potion and let the system identify it. Unnamed, potion. Precious, the user's lifespan increase in the user's lifespan increase the user's lifespan and increase the user's lifespan. Unnamed, potion. Precious. Made with flesh essence and moon dew as the main ingredients. Because all the dark energy was not removed during the making process, there is a 3% chance of flesh distortion. Using this potion will increase the user's lifespan by 10 years and increase the user's recovery speed. Su Len named the 3 potions Moonlight Potion. As for the failed potion, he named it Life Potion. Actually, it was not a failure since it could increase one's lifespan by 10 years, although there were some small side effects. Su Len planned to trade this life potion with the oddities. This kind of potion that could increase one's lifespan without too much of a side effect was very popular. If he spread the word, those nobles who were nearing the end of their lives would definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. Although wizards had many ways to increase their lifespan, they all had some side effects. This life potion was very effective. Of course, this was not attractive to legendary wizards. Su Len gave one Moonlight Potion to Hathaway and put away the other 2. Ever since he broke through to legendary, Su Len could vaguely feel the limit of his lifespan. Originally, a legendary warrior's lifespan was between 200 to 300 years, but Sullen's lifespan was more than 1,000 years. After he gained divinity and the power of his territory increased, Sullen's lifespan became even longer. He was not in a hurry to use the Moonlight Potion now. As for Hathaway, as a wizard, as long as she broke through to legendary, her lifespan would also increase to 1,000 years. As time passed, the time for the blessing of the craftsman god to end was getting closer and closer. Finally, on the afternoon of the last day, the main building of the northern town Wizard Tower fell to the ground. The few spellcasters in charge of the construction also let out a long sigh of relief. Using a lot of spells every day made them very tired. Looking at the towering wizard tower in front of him, Su Luen also felt a surge of excitement in his heart. In such an era of backward technology, it was absolutely a miracle to build a building more than 100 meters high, although the interior of the wizard tower had not been built at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the construction of the wizard tower is complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the wizard tower has received the special effect of the blessing of the craftsman god. The wizard tower has received the energy reduction attribute. Energy reduction, the energy consumption of the wizard tower with this attribute is reduced by 50%. Sorcerer's Tower, unnamed 10 floors, 3 underground floors, 7 floors above ground, 135 meters in height, constructed using magical steel, obsidian, and granite. Indestructible plus 57, Mind Intimidation plus 45, Energy Control plus 48, Casting Difficulty Reduction plus 2, Mana Recovery plus 60, Spell Research Speed plus 48, Money Consumption plus 30, Advancement Speed plus 15, Energy Reduction. Looking at the attributes of the Wizard Tower, Su Len was very satisfied. The next thing to do was to build the interior of the Wizard Tower. The elemental pool should be put on the agenda. Only with the elemental pool could the wizard tower be considered a real wizard tower. Otherwise, this wizard tower would at most be a sturdy tower. In addition to the elemental pool, the wizard tower also needed a large number of fully constructed puppets. At the same time, it also needed to install various attack systems and most importantly, the tower spirit. The tower spirit of this wizard tower was at least a legendary tower spirit. However, Hathaway had not advanced to legendary yet. Although Su Len had a legendary soul crystal, he still could not make a legendary tower spirit. A wizard tower with a tower spirit and various fully constructed puppets had to be prepared. Even if there was no one in charge, the challenge level of this wizard tower was at least level 21. In other words, at least a standard adventure team with 5 legendary members would be required to try to attack. Of course, most of the wizard towers were extremely challenging. Legendary wizards had a long lifespan. Although they preferred to study all kinds of spells and the nature of the world, the defense of the wizard tower would never be sloppy. In a few hundred years, even the most lazy legendary wizard would have accumulated a ridiculous number of all kinds of advanced golems. 200 steel golem legions, 1,000 rock golem legions, and even a few legendary golems. Under the command of the tower spirit, the challenge level of such a wizard tower was likely to be above level 26. In Sullen's wizard tower, he was also preparing to build a golem legion. Obsidian golems, steel golems, and other legendary construct golems were necessary. If there was a chance, Sulen would definitely build them. The information of legendary construct golems was still very precious. Hathaway's original wizard school did not have such legendary construct golems. However, because of the successful construction of the wizard tower in Sullen's system store, some products were unlocked. Among them, there were a few legendary construct golems for sale. The price was also very high. The cheapest one was the diamond golem. The price of the diamond golem was 1 million kinnar. The diamond golem was not made of diamond. This kind of golem was made of a special kind of crystal. The hardness of this crystal was very high, close to the hardness of diamond. Its appearance also looked similar, so this kind of golem was called the diamond golem. In fact, it was not diamond. A diamond golem was 5 meters tall and weighed up to 10 tons. Such a behemoth was not so easy to deal with. Although the diamond golem could not fly, its strength was very high. Moreover, the diamond golem had strong defense and magic resistance. Ordinary weapons could not cause damage to it, and spells below level 5 were ineffective. Compared to the diamond golem, the mithril golem and the adamantine golem were slightly better. These two types of golems were mixed with some mithril and adamantine when they were built, which made them more powerful than the diamond golem. The mithril golem was characterized by its fast speed. It had far more speed than ordinary golems, and its defense and magic resistance were no worse than the diamond golem. The adamantine golem was much slower, but its strength, defense, and magic resistance were stronger than the mithril golem. In fact, in Sullen's view, these legendary golems were basically not much different from Gundam mechs except that they could not fly. In addition to these golems, there were several other types of legendary golems in the system shop, such as arcane guards, magic breakers, and magic constructs. These golems made Sullen's jaw drop. These golems had the ability to fly. Among them, the arcane guards could cast spells. The magic breakers were not only terrifyingly fast, but also had high magic resistance. They had the ability to fly, and their weapons had the ability to break magic. They were definitely difficult to deal with for wizards. As for the last magic construct, Sulen preferred to call it the magic mech. This kind of golem had to be piloted by a human. Its functions were no worse than the Gundam in various anime and manga in his previous life. This was because the magic mech's challenge level was as high as level 35. If there was a pilot, the challenge level would be even higher. P.S. Everyone, give a name to the Wizard Tower, and by the way, give a name to the Wizard Academy. I think the Northern Wizard Tower is too casual. Chapter 325. Although there was information about magic constructs in the system shop, it was locked. The construct golems that Su Luen could currently purchase were diamond golems, mithril golems, and adamantine golems. He was planning to build a golem army in the Wizard Tower. The main force of the golem army would be the iron golems. Sulen had a dozen iron golems in the secret realm, but they were all repaired. Hathaway was still researching how to make iron golems, so it would take some time before she could make one. Also, iron golems were expensive to make. The entire golem army was built with kinnar. As for legendary golems, they could only be created by legendary adepts. In addition to the steel golems, the Wizard Tower was also preparing to build a gargoyle golem legion. The gargoyle golems were an improved version of the obsidian golems. The gargoyle golems had good physical defense, and at the same time, higher magic resistance. With these gargoyle golems, the Wizard Tower's anti-air power was supplemented. Moreover, the gargoyle golem was different from the steel golem. When the gargoyle golem was not activated, it would enter a petrified state. In this state, the gargoyle golem was like an ordinary statue, but its defense was very high. It was a good place to place it and act as a guard. After the wizard tower was built, a large amount of manpower began to be released. Some of the serfs continued to farm, while others continued to build other buildings in the northern town. Although the third phase of the northern town had completed the city walls and some residential buildings, there were no public facilities. The next step was to build roads and public facilities, such as public toilets, public bathrooms, city streets, sewers, water pipes, and many other basic facilities. At the same time, there were many empty spaces in the northern town. Some of these spaces would be used to build houses, while others would be used to build markets and business districts. Sulen had already planned to divide the inner town market, and part of it would be moved to the outer town. As the outer town market was gradually built, the refugees and serfs who had not yet obtained citizenship would also be moved to the outer town. The northern town was still very busy. The farmland outside the town continued to expand, and the new farmland was planted according to the previous proportion. The grassroots officials in North Town City were already very experienced in this kind of work. As long as Sulen assigned the task, the grassroots officials would complete it very well. During this period of time, the Northern Town's official training school was doing very well. With the help of the Wisdom Church's scholars, the number of officials in the Northern Town's official training school had doubled. Finally, the shortage of officials in the Northern Town's official training school had been alleviated. In fact, it wasn't just Northern Battlefront City. Even Mirror Lake City and Centaur City needed a lot of officials. Moreover, these two cities were lacking in officials. Sulen had specially assigned a group of well-trained grassroots officials to these two cities. During this period of time, Sulen had also asked his men to keep an eye on the tavern to see if there were any visitors. However, although the tavern had a recruitment attribute, it was obviously not as powerful as the recruitment order. No heroes had appeared during this period of time. Although there were no heroes, there were still some ordinary talents. Sulen had recruited a few ordinary talents from the tavern. These people were either bankrupt merchants, nobles whose families had declined, or master craftsmen with special skills. After checking their attributes, Sulen assigned them to suitable positions. The development of North Town City required a lot of talents. In fact, any city that wanted to prosper needed a lot of talents. In addition to purchased slaves and migrated refugees, most of the people in North Town City were people that Sulen had forcibly recruited from the northern provinces. Although most of these people were ordinary people, there were still some who were originally middle-class or upper-class people in the city. Because of the war, they were brought to North Town City. Although many of these people didn't recognize North Town City at first and wanted to escape, after living and working here for a while, they developed a sense of belonging. In fact, what they didn't know was that this sense of belonging was the effect of the various attributes in North Town City. In addition, the refugees and serfs had a heavy workload, and the food was poor. It didn't take long for these people to express their willingness to work for Sulen. They wanted better treatment. Most of these people had received education and were skilled in their own fields. Therefore, the Northern Town City welcomed them with open arms. It was a sunny day. After yesterday's rain, the temperature in Northern Town City was a bit cold. Unknowingly, it was already late autumn in the northern wasteland. Autumn in the northern wasteland was very good. The first snow of winter would come in November. It would only start to thaw in February of the next year. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for North Town City this year. A large area of farmland outside the city was sowing seeds. Sugar beets were suitable for growing in cold climates. Sugar beets produced more sugar during this season. Now, a large number of serfs were planting sugar beets. With the harvest altar, sugar beets didn't need a whole year to grow. However, this period of time was the best for both yield and sugar. In addition to planting sugar beets, some of the slaves were planting winter wheat. The demand for wheat in North Town City was very high. Normal serfs could eat potatoes, but the caravans that came to trade would definitely eat flour. Sulen had also started to give some benefits to the soldiers and grassroots officials. For example, they would be given 10 pounds of flour or some meat every month. Of course, these couldn't be eaten. These benefits were more of a symbol of status. It made the serfs and refugees envious of those people from the bottom of their hearts. Then they would work hard, join the army, or serve the Lord. There was also good news. The chief gourmet of North Town City, Frodo, finally succeeded in making tofu after hundreds of experiments. Last time, Sulen wanted to make tofu, but in the end, he made soy milk. Although soy milk with some sugar tasted good, it was far worse than the variety of soy products. Although Sulen didn't know how to make tofu, he still gave Frodo some directions. He didn't expect the halfling to be so obsessed with food. It took him a few months to finally make tofu. Frodo used a brown salty water, and the tofu he made tasted good. Therefore, tofu was added to the list of delicacies in North Town City. Next, Sulen told him various ways to cook tofu, and Frodo began to study tofu again. Sulen was very supportive of Frodo. He was counting on the chef to replicate all the delicacies he had eaten in his previous life in this world. Sulen also had a deep grudge against the food in this world. Ordinary civilians basically ate mashed potatoes, potato cubes, and occasionally some fish. Although the nobles didn't lack meat, Sulen didn't dare to compliment their cooking methods. Roasting, boiling, and frying were basically the same. Stargazy pie from his previous life was probably a delicacy in this world. Fortunately, there were halflings, these little guys who liked to enjoy life and eat good food. Otherwise, the food in this world would be even worse. In North Town City, the planting of soybeans had also begun to expand. Soybeans were one of the few crops in North Town City that could provide oil. Sulen drew out a total of 8,000 mu of land to plant soybeans, and built ditches that extended in all directions. With enough labor, the land in North Town City was reclaimed very quickly. Now, there were almost 100,000 mu of farmland in North Town City, and the best land around the city had been reclaimed into farmland. With the 100,000 mu of land planted, the harvest could easily make North Town City self-sufficient. At the same time, there was also a large amount of surplus food to be used for brewing wine, developing the breeding industry, and supplying Mirror Lake City and Centaur City. After being self-sufficient in food, North Town City would have a firm foothold in the northern wasteland. Food, land, and population were all very precious at any time. Although gold was precious, it was far less important to Sulen. As long as he had food, land, and population, it would be easy to accumulate wealth. After the Arcane Garden was completed, several churches had already withdrawn their people. During this time, the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth showed Sulen what it meant to be rich and willful. Compared to most temples that were built with granite and other rocks, such as the Temple of War, which was entirely built with granite. Who asked the Temple of War to be poor? The Temple of Wealth was built with pure white marble. The entire temple was built with marble. Even Sulen could not help but be shocked by the cost. In North Town City, other than the Arc de Triomphe, which was completely built with marble, only the Temple of Wealth was built with marble. Although other churches also used marble, they were not as crazy as the Temple of Wealth. There were thousands of churches on the continent, among which there were thousands of cities that could afford to build temples. If they were built with ordinary stone, one could imagine how much money it would cost to build so many temples. Moreover, the Temple of Wealth was not only built with marble. They also used a lot of gold to decorate the temple. Many carvings, walls, pillars, and many other places were inlaid with gold. These people were not afraid that the gold would be stolen. Sulen could not help but feel envious. If he had not washed his hands of gold for many years, he could not help but go to the Temple of Wealth to steal some things. The high-grade priest of the Goddess of Wealth even blinded Sulen's eyes. The priest's robe was made of high-quality silk with a lot of golden thread sewn on it. It was completely different from the style of the priests of the Temple of Wisdom. The priest of the goddess of wealth had 8 rings on his hand. Did he not feel that it was inconvenient to carry things? Chapter 326. The priest of the Lady of Wealth was wearing all kinds of accessories, including his priest robe. Although some of them were not high level, his outfit was worth at least 500,000 to 700,000 kinnar. High-grade priests were already rich, and the priests of the Lady of Wealth were even richer. Apart from a portion of the church's financial resources coming from their respective caravans, shops, and land, some of it was also donations from the believers. Many of the believers were crying and begging to donate all their wealth to the church so that they could enter the kingdom of God after death and continue to live there. Some of them were healed by priests. Although wizards also had healing spells, they were far less effective than priests. For example, broken limb regrowth and soul damage. Sometimes, not only did you have to pay a certain price, but you also had to pay a certain price before the temple would allow a priest to heal you. Even Su Luan couldn't be envious of this. The wizard's regeneration potion was made according to the regeneration principle of the trolls, and the effect was good. However, the effect of the regeneration potion was much worse when it encountered strong acid and fire, but the healing spells of the priests were completely fine. Dusk. Su Len held Phyllis's white and tender hand and took a stroll in the Lord's castle. The Lord's castle had expanded a few times, and the original inner city wall had become the outer wall of the Lord's castle. Not only did Su Len live here, but even the families of the Lord's guards lived here. The construction of the Lord's castle was also ongoing. According to Sulen's blueprint, the Lord's castle needed to be a luxurious palace filled with art and all kinds of statues. However, this goal was still far away. Perhaps in a few years, this place would become a luxurious palace complex. In fact, Su Len planned to build a Chinese garden outside the city when his territory was more developed. He liked that kind of garden-style residence. As the princess of the Kingdom of Florence, Phyllis had seen many beautiful manors. Su Len saw that she was bored here, so he found something for her to do. It was to design a luxurious palace complex for the Lord's castle. Phyllis was very happy to accept the palace design, so she agreed without hesitation. This was the happiest period of Phyllis's life. As for Sulen's many women, she was already prepared before she came to the northern town. As a princess, she had seen the debauchery of the upper nobles. Compared to those, Sulen's was already considered good. Besides, Su Len was a legendary figure with a huge territory. It was expected that he had many partners. She did not have to maintain the palace etiquette all the time, nor did she have a strict nanny to remind her. Her sisters also took good care of her, so she could completely let herself go. Su Len was very happy to accept this situation. Of course, in some formal occasions, Phyllis still paid attention to etiquette. She was a very good partner. Nightfall. The gorgeous magic crystal lamps were lit up, and the luxurious hall was ablaze with lights. An exquisite and sumptuous dinner was served on the long table. Under the bright lights, Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis and the 2 half-elf maids were all sitting quietly at the long table. The charming faces of the several beauties were tender and alluring. Chris was seductive, Hathaway was intellectual, Alex was wild and hot, Phyllis was elegant, and the half-elf maids were youthful and energetic. Su Luan couldn't stop himself from looking at all these beauties. Although they were all wearing silk dresses, their styles were different. The ladies had good figures, which were measured by Su Len himself. They had full breasts, slender waists, and beautiful fishtail dresses that outlined the perfect curve of their round buttocks. Their eyes were moving, as if there was an invisible temptation. A fresh roast suckling pig was served on the table. The rich aroma was mouth-watering. It was all prepared by Frodo himself. At the surrounding tables, many generals and officials of the northern city were sitting upright. There were also representatives of the temples and churches. In addition, there were also some merchants who had deep ties with the northern city. Su Len sat at the head of the table, which was at the top of the banquet. Today's banquet was to celebrate the completion of the third phase of the Northern City project. At the same time, it was also to communicate with the churches and merchants. The banquet was very successful. After the banquet, Su Len took the ladies for a walk in the garden of the Lord's castle. They had been busy for a while, and Su Len had not relaxed and chatted with them for a while. A light breeze blew, and the light fragrance of flowers drifted with the wind. The garden of the city lord's castle was Hathaway's masterpiece. Although the garden was not big, there were constant arcane magic circles in it that could maintain the temperature of spring. No matter the time, the flowers would bloom. After strolling for a while, Su Len went back to his old habits. He used the excuse that he was sleepy and wanted to rest. He took the ladies back to his room. In fact, even Phyllis, who was the weakest among them, did not feel sleepy, let alone Su Len, who was in human form. The ladies naturally knew what Su Len was thinking. They all rolled their eyes at him. When they returned to their room, Su Len was surprised to see that the ladies were wearing beautiful stockings of different colors. Seeing this scene, Sullen's fighting spirit soared. He also did not expect that Chris and the ladies could get their hands on stockings. Stockings did exist in this world. Stockings were usually only sold by the drows in the Underdark. They were expensive and made of underground spider silk. As soon as they appeared, they were sold out. Where did you get them? Su Len hugged Chris lazily. His hands could not help but slide down her body. I found some wild underground spiders in the Underdark, so I kept them in captivity, Chris said with a smile. Hathaway used alchemy and a half-elf master weaver to make them. What do you think? Do you like them? Chris felt Sullen's passionate gaze. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Her charming face was very flirtatious. I love them. Su Len chuckled. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Time passed by. The Harvest Festival in the northern town was approaching. Last year, Su Len set the first Harvest Festival in the northern town as the Harvest Festival. This festival was unique to the northern town. This year, the northern town had a great harvest again. During this time, the entire northern town was preparing for the festival. Currently, there were 3 festivals in the northern town. Other than the Harvest Festival, there was the New Year and Victory Day. Victory Day was the day the Arc de Triomphe was completed. Everyone in the northern town was looking forward to the festival. Because during the festival, even the serfs and refugees were allowed to rest. Furthermore, the northern town would provide all kinds of delicious food, colorful fireworks, and even circus performances. With the arrival of the Harvest Festival, the entire northern town became a sea of joy. Because of the festival, all the streets in the city were cleaned. Many streets were hung with colorful lights. Charming flowers bloomed on both sides of the road. The fountains in the square were colorful under the illumination of the magic lights. All kinds of food stalls were neatly arranged. Countless people and children were enjoying the food with smiles on their faces. Many people who came to the northern town for the first time were surprised by this scene. In this era, very few lords would hold such a grand festival. Among the nobles, festivals had nothing to do with the peasants. They would hold all kinds of banquets and indulge in wine and women in the castle. They would never give a piece of bread to the commoners outside the castle. For this festival, the wizard apprentices who had studied for half a year were responsible for the fireworks. The magic fireworks were made by alchemy. They looked more beautiful than the fireworks Su Len had seen in his previous life. In addition to the magic fireworks, these wizard apprentices had also learned some Circle Zero spells and magic tricks. They could also release some magic fireworks. These apprentices also performed at the request of Su Len. The churches also participated in the Harvest Festival. For the churches, such a grand festival was a good opportunity for them to gather faith. Naturally, these churches would not let go of this opportunity. The churches prepared a lot of food and specially hired a circus to perform. When night fell, a large number of people gathered in the squares of the city. Everyone looked up at the sky curiously. Accompanied by a sharp noise, a purple ball of light flew up high. Then, with a loud bang, a bright firework appeared in the sky. As this firework bloomed, more and more fireworks also bloomed in the sky. The commoners had never seen such a beautiful scene. They were all shocked and could not close their mouths. When the fireworks ended, Sulen appeared on the high platform and waved to everyone. Warm cheers sounded. The cheers were like a tsunami. At this moment, if Sulen opened the system panel, the value of the people's sentiment at the bottom of the city would be increased to the maximum. People's sentiment changed very quickly. However, the sentiment of the people in the northern town was always around 85. After Sulen appeared on the high platform, he began to distribute a large amount of free food. At the same time, various acrobats in the square began to perform. Some young girls began to dance in the music. Young men and women also went to perform. At this time, the major temples were also doing their best to attract people to believe in their respective gods. In this environment, many people had become believers. Although they were only shallow believers, as long as there were no accidents, many people would become devout believers. The celebration this time was also the day that many churches had gained the most believers. Sulen also took a few women to parade in the city. Today's festival was to celebrate with the people. The group kept waving to the crowd on both sides. Wherever Sulen went, there would be cheers. After the parade was over, Sulen took everyone to play. Because Hathaway cast a spell, they were not recognized. At this time, he did not want to be disturbed. A group of city guards in plain clothes were also around to protect them. On this day, the whole city was in a sea of joy. Chapter 327. The grand festival had come to an end, and Northern Town was once again bustling with activity. Sulen followed Chris to the underground world. He was going to try to breed underground spiders. It was not easy to weave stockings with the silk of underground spiders, and alchemy was also involved. The price of each pair of stockings sold in the Underdark was more than 50 kinnar. Even so, the demand still exceeded the supply. The main reason was that the quality was not good, and it was basically disposable. Sulen planned to divide an area in the underground world to breed underground spiders, and the silk produced could be used to weave stockings. The drows were very experienced in breeding spiders. Although the drows in Northern Town had left the underground world for a long time and had even mixed with humans, the method of breeding spiders had been passed down. Underground spiders were large spiders with a ferocious appearance. They had 8 limbs, and their legs were about 1 meter long. The body in the middle was about the size of a dog. Its abdomen was large, and its body was covered with short, dark gray hair. It looked ferocious and terrifying. This spider had 8 eyes and a pair of ferocious fangs in its mouth. It was the kind of monster that could leave a psychological scar. Although the underground spiders looked ferocious, they were herbivores. They liked to eat mushrooms and all kinds of fungi. Although they were poisonous, it was their weapon of self-defense. There was a silk sac in the abdomen of an underground spider, and it would produce some silk every day. However, the silk could not be used directly. It was too sticky, and it had to be processed. After Sulen learned about the living habits of the spiders, he built a large farm outside Crete. At the same time, he sent some drows to take charge of the production. Currently, there were more than 100 underground spiders in the farm, and they could produce more than 300 pairs of stockings per month. In fact, the raw materials for the stockings were easy to find, but the production was difficult. Hathaway could not spend a lot of time and energy processing the silk with alchemy. Fortunately, the alchemy part wasn't a very difficult spell. It was mainly to eliminate the stickiness of the spider silk. It took 2 days to create a runic array, and as long as the runic array was activated, the spider silk would be dealt with. This kind of work could be done by the wizard apprentices. As for the silk stockings, it was left to the half-elf weavers. Although the weaving bureau in Northern Town wasn't very famous, it could still produce silk, fine linen, cotton, and so on. However, due to the lack of manpower, the production was not very high. Currently, only a few half-elf master weavers could do fine work like knitting stockings. Su Len could only let them try to train some weaver apprentices. Just as Su Len was about to build the interior of the Adept Tower with Hathaway and the others, a guard hurried over. "Sir, the security team found some corpses in the city. Have you caught the murderer yet?" Su Len said without raising his head. In a city with more than 100,000 people, it was not a big deal to have 1 or 2 murders occasionally. Although the laws in Northern Town City were strict, there were still people who didn't believe in evil and wanted to try. "I'm sorry, sir. We didn't find the murderer, and the number of deaths is quite high." "How many? Do you have any leads?" 24. "No leads yet." Hearing this number, Su Len suddenly raised his head. 24 people were killed, and you don't have any leads? "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Where are the corpses? Take me there." Under the guard's lead, Su Len quickly arrived at the crime scene. At this time, the crime scene had been isolated by the security team. As soon as he entered, Su Len smelled a strong smell of blood. After seeing the corpses on the ground, his face became even more gloomy. "Sir, all the corpses were killed with one blow, and all their hearts were dug out," Harrison said as he walked forward. Su Len came closer to observe. There were both men and women, and they were about 30 years old. They were in the prime of their lives. There were signs of struggle on their bodies. Some of them even had their hearts dug out when they were still alive, so there was a lot of blood at the scene. "Who found the corpses first?" Su Len asked. "It's Bobby." Harrison waved to a middle-aged man who looked a little submissive next to him and asked him to come over. "Sir, you're looking for me," Bobby said, nodding and bowing. "Tell me what you know about these corpses again." "Yes, sir." Soon, Bobby told the story from beginning to end, and Su Len didn't find any clues. "These people are just ordinary refugees. Who would kill them and dig out their hearts?" Su Len said with a frown. "Sir, I know some clues." At this time, outside the quarantine circle, a man who looked like an adventurer waved his arms and shouted, but the soldier in front of him didn't allow him to get close to the quarantine circle. "Let him in." Su Len thought for a moment and said to the soldier, then the soldier stepped aside. "Hello, Sir Lord, I'm Wen." "Nice to meet you, I'm a rogue," the adventurer said respectfully. Su Len waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in this. You said you have clues, now tell me." Sir Lord, I do have some clues about those murderers, but..." Wen said as he made a universal gesture. "As long as the clues you say are true and can help us find the murderers, I can give you 1,000 kinnar as a reward. How about it?" "Deal." Wen quickly nodded and said, "Sir, I wonder if you've heard of any rumors." "What rumors?" Su Len asked with raised eyebrows. Wen looked around cautiously and said in a low voice, "The Heartless." Su Len was a little confused. He had never heard of this name. Seeing Su Len's expression, Wen continued, "Sir, it's not surprising that you don't know. The Heartless are actually an evil god's church. They used to be active on the southern coast, but later on, they did something that caused a large number of civilian casualties and were hunted down by the forces on the southern coast. They often dig out the hearts of living people and use them as sacrifices to the evil god. Therefore, they are also called the Heartless." According to Wen's explanation, Su Len finally figured out what kind of people the so-called Heartless were. These people believed in an evil god, and this evil god's favorite sacrifice was hearts. Therefore, after these people defeated their enemies, they would dig out their hearts or use a massacre as a sacrifice to the evil god they believed in. In the end, they would dig out their hearts and use them as sacrifices. There were many types of gods in this world. Even among the orthodox gods, there were many types. There were good, evil, neutral, lawful, chaotic, and other combinations. Apart from these gods, there were also evil gods that were not recognized. These evil gods had a part of the gods' power and liked blood sacrifices. The orthodox gods had divinity, divine titles, and divine power, while the evil gods only had a part of it. Although the evil gods would respond to their believers and give them power, they would eventually devour the power and believers. Even if the person who used the evil god's power was not killed by others in the end, the evil god would snatch their soul. Are you saying that the heartless evil god's believers have come to North Town? Su-Len said. That seems to be the case. Wen nodded and said, I suggest you seek the help of the temple. Those heartless are not weak. You are a rogue, so you should be proficient in tracking. You are also quite strong. Help me find the traces of those evil gods' believers, Su-Len said as he looked at the rogue in front of him. Su-Luen looked at the rogue in front of him and said. This rogue was a level 3 transcendent professional and was familiar with the heartless style of doing things, so it was very suitable for him to search for the heartless. As for seeking help from the church, Su-Luen did not consider it for the time being. The church was indeed very willing to help Su-Len deal with these evil gods' churches, but this way, the church would have the opportunity to intervene in the matters of North Town, which Su-Len could not accept. Okay, but tracking also requires payment. Moreover, this mission is very dangerous. I want 2,000 kinnar. Wen hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing. Okay. Su-Len nodded in agreement. After Su-Len paid 1,000 kinnar as a commission, Wen began his official work. As a rogue proficient in tracking, Wen was still very reliable. It did not take long for him to find some clues and start following the clues left behind. Su-Len followed behind with a barbarian guard. Following the traces left behind, everyone quickly arrived outside the city. After arriving outside the city, the traces became more obvious. It was obvious that these people no longer hid their tracks after leaving the city. After a while, Su-Len suddenly discovered that they had come to a cemetery. This was the place where North Town City buried the dead. There were also cemeteries in North Town City, but only soldiers who died in battle or citizens who paid a large sum of money could be buried in those cemeteries. Ordinary refugees, serfs, and monster slaves were buried outside the city. Although North Town City had been established for less than 2 years, many people were buried in this cemetery. Because it was a cemetery, it was indeed hidden and deserted. The rogue walking at the front suddenly stopped and quickly walked to a cemetery. He said in a deep voice, "Look at these graves. The tombstones have been here for a long time, but the soil underground has been turned over recently." Hearing his voice, everyone stepped forward. Indeed, there was something wrong with the soil here. It should have happened in the past 2 days. Wen squatted down, picked up some soil with his hand, and asked. Then, he pushed away the weeds in front of the tombstone. There were obvious traces of movement under the tombstone. Someone opened this grave 3 days ago at most. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.